There we go. Open that up. Oh, audio's live. Pop out the chat. Bada bing, bada bang, bada bingus. We're ready to go. Ready. How's it going? We got the end of this album to do on only on Twitch. You YouTubers don't hear any music. Nothing coming from my desktop for the YouTubers. Julian is hopefully going to get in here soon. We were going to do tomorrow, but I think he's got a bunch of stuff going on. Tomorrow's, we're talking about the 20s of February. It's still February. Okay. I thought it was like August by now. We've had a tough bout of weather here. It's been like a normal winter, which is saying a lot for the weather that's been sort of pervasive in this area for the past couple of years, is that it's been getting warmer and the winter's been moving up a week every time. This time we actually have a winter. We had several snowstorms and we got another one coming on Saturday too. So there's a chance that I might be doing a Saturday stream. I'm not going to make promises. Hey, Hairbothan, how you doing? Hairbothan did not show up on this one. Why not? Hairbothan showed up over there and on the OBS one, but then on the one over here, we're going to give you a little refreshy poo, aren't we? Save as. Yes, I must have an HTML file on my desktop. Let's just throw a message in there. Throw a message in there, a test message. There we go. Okay, so that should work now. How's everybody doing? I did errands today, and what do you mean meh? What do you mean meh? Oh, this stream is boring. Bye. I get people saying that on my stream. Not recently, but watched Djibouti show last night because Rabah's raided into them, and they were doing sort of a drawing stream, and it reminded me of when I had roommates, because one of my roommates was big into doing the art and stuff, and so that was your test message. That's a pretty good one. I usually just misspell test as my test message, so it's like tets. But I would sit there and like we'd hang out and he would do art stuff because he was a digital media major, which is probably what I should have gone into. I'm not great at drawing. I love doing it. I've done all of the art for this stream, which is sort of more collage than, if I admit, than anything else. It's not really me coming up with original lines, except for maybe the rounded edges of the chip square. It's me stealing faces from emotes that I like. And the one time that I tried to make it custom, another friend of mine at the time, who's an artist, told me it looked scary. I was like, oh man. I mean, I know I was trying to make an emote that was mad, but it was the feedback I got was a little scary, and I'm like, oh, like I don't want scary, I want cute. I want everything to be cute because I'm comfortable in my masculinity to the point where I like cute things, and I'm not afraid of people who've had surgery. Like I don't understand some people, man. I don't get it. Anyway, yeah. Look at all these little emotes that I have. They're everywhere. We got to clear the desk. I get to learn dip trace. It sounds like something that you would call somebody. It kind of sounds like dipshit, but dip trace, that's like really powerful, right? Quick mechanical keyboard. It's a set of software that's basically building blocks that you throw together in order to make your mechanical keyboard do everything. And unfortunately, they can't make the keyboard do things like get the weather and stuff like that. I mean, maybe nowadays you could let it on Wi-Fi or something. But at least for QMK, you would build your own custom keyboard and load that in there. It's a PCB EDA software, so it's not powerful. I've heard it's a very powerful one. Dip trace, I've heard, is extremely powerful. Electronic design assistant. Yeah, okay, I got that one. Yeah, quick mechanical keyboard lets you do all kinds of cool stuff, and it lets you have a little LCD on your keyboard and everything. And it's what I've been using for my mechanical keyboard because I spill stuff on my keyboard, and then the processor goes, and then dies. Instead of just being non-functional until I clean it off, it just straight up fucking dies. So I've had to remove 2 microcontrollers, because apparently my keyboard had 2 in it, for some fucking reason. I think one of them's a management IC that can reprogram the other one. But they both go, and then die when stuff spills on it. So I reverse engineered the layout of all of the keys. Code did something weird. Code is the company that built my keyboard. Code did something weird where they split the rows. Instead of it just being a big matrix, they split the stuff around your hands into their own rows, and then everything outside of it goes into sort of banks of other rows. And so in order to access all of that, we have to go directly to the chip's pins. And for that, I made a Flexi PCB, a flexible PCB. So this is my method of taking over one of these code 10 keyless keyboards with a processor, an RP2040, that can handle QMK. It has a lot of pins on it. We had to mux this one. Now, if I go down to just the chip on the Flexi PCB, just the RP2040, I could probably make a long, flexible PCB that would do that. That's the next stage. This stage is moving up from having a bunch of wires that were on the keyboard. And I can get my old keyboard in here for a comparison if we build this thing up, but never heard of that before. Yeah, I've only heard of it through my chat. I know about all this stuff because we've got some turbo mega hyper nerds in chat, and they're very helpful in keeping me up to date. So you're working on the board a week or so ago, but missed what it was for. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That turned out nice. That was part of the joke. Part of the joke is that this is my paper test. This is the paper test. This isn't the actual board. I haven't shown it on camera yet. I got you bad. I got you bad. The actual board is right here, under this one. And yeah, it turned out real good. It turned out real good, at least from my cursory glance at it. I'm not going to take a deeper glance at it until the stream starts. But aside from that, I mean, it looks pretty damn good. And this was like, what, 30 bucks for 5 of these? Pretty cool. Why'd you put so much effort into your keyboard versus buying a new one? The keyboard was like $120. Those code 10 keyless keyboards are not cheap. I have a friend with one who wants to give me it. But also, for me, it's content. I can spend effort on weird projects like that, and I can show how capable the hobbyist is. Also, it got me my $80 a month prescription for Fusion 360. So multiple different justifications for things like that. And if you want to learn how to do a flexible PCB, you can grab this software and roll with it and go to JLC PCB and get them for 30 bucks. So I was told JLC PCB will be doing custom membrane keypads. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what degree. They had a sale on the flexible PCB service, which is super duper capable. I mean, we'll take a look at it under the microscope to really make sure that, all our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. Hopefully I got everything completely right and there's no areas where things are a little bit shady, but there always is on a Rev 1. So, but we'll see what the capabilities are. And it's like, if you need an interconnect inside of a device where you don't have room for wires, because that's what all the professionals are doing nowadays. Like, I need an interconnect between these two boards. How am I going to do it? Like, well, let me make this weird shaped flexible PCB cable, and now we can do that for 30 bucks. So it's gonna level up all the hobbyists a little bit. And also, why would I put up so much effort into the keyboard when I could just buy a new one? Because that's what I did. I bought a new one and then I broke it the same way. So it's time to fix it in some kind of a high effort manner. I got all the stuff, might as well just put a new brain in it. Also, that's kind of a very bleak outlook. Oh, by the way, our test yesterday was flawed. That was flawed. We were not observing the input. We were not observing the input. We were observing only the output, which is in stereo. And so those two channels are synced with each other. Brink GG just subbed. Happy Friday, everybody. Hopefully y'all are doing well. I'm doing pretty good. It's kind of cold out, which I like. 22 months. Heck yeah. My dog is in trouble for being rude. She was rude to her friends this morning. She doesn't probably process that she was rude or that she's in trouble, but she's getting a little growly around food handouts. How can we test 2 at once? How can we test 2 at once? I have an idea. I have an idea. Everybody get back. Look out. I can handle this. I think I got an idea. I think I got an idea. Everybody back up. Just look out. I think I got this. Okay, so if we do that, and then we put that in there, and then what do I do with this? Get one of these. Okay, everybody look out. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Get one of these, and okay, hold on. I'm still figuring this one out. If I take, I need the two channels. I don't need the two channels separated here. So if I take both channels into this, but recombining them is probably not a great idea, because now it's going to have artifacts from them being off by a tiny bit. But then I need stereo into here. What? If I do mono into this, mono here, and then this one goes back to the scope. Oh my god, this is so convoluted. So my output comes from here. This is noise. Noise comes out. It goes into stereo because the two contacts are going to hit. The ring and the shield contact are combined. Oh no, that means that one channel is going to be blanked out. Damn it. No, it doesn't work. My idea was bad. Industrial lot of salvageable equipment is scrapped due to bad due too bad. Oh, here's what we could do. I can just plug into here. No, wait, that isolates. Right now I'm plugged into both of these, but if I plug the other one in, it isolates. So never mind. Doesn't work. The stream hasn't started. I explain this every single goddamn time. It's my stream. I get to do what I want. I'll throw a tantrum. I need to print a front panel for this thing so I can put it up here. That's like a 10-minute project too. I had to go for an interview at 1 p.m. but wanted to hop in and say hi before I disappear for that. We'll make sure to log that down. But in the future, I mean, you're going to have to find somebody to take your place. It's really kind of putting stress on management, and it's not my job to make you do your job as your manager. That's not my job. My job isn't to make sure that somebody's there doing your job. You have to do that. What do I do as a manager? No, it's good. Good looking out. Thanks for letting me know. You can just leave too. It's okay, Brink. You know, I'll try not to like personally ask you anything in the afternoon, but good luck though. Good luck at the interview. Holy shit, that's awesome. How did the other interview go? You had another interview. That one go okay? I'll bug the Discord to see who could fill in. Could you imagine if a streamer was like that? I've seen streamers be like real crazy about that kind of thing where they're like, I haven't had enough subs today. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, who are you? Who are you? Could you imagine if I was like that? Oh my God, nobody would watch, first of all. I mean, nobody does, but maybe I am like that. Maybe that's why nobody watches. Now, could you imagine? Excuse me, nobody is watching my stream right now. Oh, Madamy is finally here. We're going to dock him for being late. Them for being late. I got to get this out of the way. I'm trying to clear off the desk because we're going to build PCBs today that have nothing to do with music. Supposedly that was a final interview. So I'm hoping for an offer soon. Yeah, that or they're going to kill you. Calling it a final interview. Can I hide that? No, don't do that. I want to get rid of the second pane, but, oh, here, if I drag it over like this, that's how it should actually have been viewed. How do I close the FFT? Maybe if I close the math menu. Off. There we go. We're not going to need the scope today. Let me turn this back off. I thought I could come up with a way to test the, what do you call it? Test, the signal in versus the signal out. We didn't test signal in versus signal out. We were just looking at the two stereo channels. So that was a bad test yesterday. I was so excited that I thought everything worked perfectly, but I wanted to see noise in versus noise out. I hope not. Yeah, just if you hear them cocking a gun behind the desk, I'm so sorry we have to do this to you, but this is your final interview. It doesn't help that I've been watching Severance. YouTube is clearer than Twitch. Yeah, it does have the video player's better, and there's a lot of other stuff. A lot of advantages over using YouTube versus Twitch, although you aren't hearing my beautiful music, my beautiful hold music. Wasn't that a song from the 70s? You got to remind me of what I said, because I don't remember. Final interview. I see, and at this point, I just have to like guess on what I said. I don't listen, guys. I am less than the memory of a goldfish. I have the memory of like a slime mold. You know, like when a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, they can sometimes like train them on stuff, and the butterfly actually has some of the trained behaviors that the caterpillar had, in spite of the fact that it turns into some kind of a goo in the cocoon. There's no nervous system in there. That's me. That's me when I'm streaming. As soon as I say something, it becomes goo, and I don't remember what I said. It's the final interview. Yeah, that or like some kind of a countdown. I don't know. It's the final interview. That doesn't really work. So I was at CVS today, and I'm going to bitch about CVS for a while. You guys can't do anything about it because it's my stream, and I'll do whatever I want, except violate the Twitch toss. So at CVS, waiting in line, always a long line. There's always somebody in front of you who wants to use 3 coupons, or has a weird question for the pharmacist, or there's something wrong with their account, right? Because CVS can't seem to maintain digital services in the modern age. And it got me to thinking about modern retail experiences. Penguin Z0, Moist Critical, just did a video that made it all the way back to Rob Oz. And it was playing games that were primarily made with AI. They were AI slop games. So the kind of stuff you see Sark playing, only they've started to get a little bit AI-y. And if you listen to the lyrics of the songs and you hear that really annoying vocoder pitch bending going on, you can be pretty sure that these songs are AI. So they're not songwriters. They're surface level deep. They don't have any sort of secondary meaning to the prose, because it's not really prose. It's just shit that somebody typed into a text box and say, make a song in the style of reggae that has all of my childish weed references in it. And so it'll make that. It'll make it. And it's kind of a little bit of a bop. Not really that great of a song, but it's, you know, it's something to listen to. The thing is, nobody bothered to make the song. It just kind of squished itself out of some kind of algorithmic neural slime. So should I be spending my time listening to stuff like that if nobody spent their time actually making it? And I'm of the opinion, no, I really hate the AI slop music. But at the same time, I was listening to the song whose lyrics, in line at CVS, I was listening to a song whose primary lyrics, and it was basically 97% of the song, was just, we belong together, and different variations on how to say we belong. We belong together. We belong, we belong, we belong, we belong together. We belong together, we belong together, we belong together. And it was just non-AI slop. It was still slop. It was still of the exact same vintage, the same sort of headiness of AI slop. It had no personality to it at all whatsoever. It was a corporate song that was commissioned in order to be as inoffensive as humanly possible so that it could be played to retail customers in line for the pharmacy. I'm thinking, you know, that's exactly the application where AI music could really come into fruition. They could be singing about the new deals at the pharmacy. They could be singing about making sure that you have 2-factor authentication enabled on your account, and what kinds of specials there are on toilet paper while you're in line at the pharmacy. And it could sound like a mid-century corporate slop song that looks really good to a boardroom full of soulless corporate hacks. And I think we are a few focus groups away from that actually happening. I think we are very few focus groups away from that actually happening. So keep your ears to the ground, I guess, is the saying here. Keep your ears to the ground is be at a state of readiness. I would say keep an eye out, although keep an ear out is probably more appropriate. Where did this light pipe come from? Oh, that was from the analysis box, from the thing you plug into the wall. Keep your ears out for... Why would you keep your ear out? Why would you remove your ear? Anyway, keep your ears out for that signature AI sound, because it's going to start off like that, and then it's going to start to get indistinguishable from real music. They're going to, it'll figure out how to sound like it has personality at some point, and then we're cooked. Then we're all cooked. But at first, it will be hilariously identifiable, and I will have fun cringing at it for a short amount of time. There is nothing we can do to stem the tide of AI coming in and making stuff cheap on paper. There's nothing we can do about it. The fact that a system exists where in 5 seconds somebody can come up with a dickless AI song in order to facilitate your waiting in line, keeping you from getting bored, for just clicks of a mouse that just a random person can do, the fact that that exists now, we're going to see that everywhere. And there's just nothing we can do. Dogs be covered in snow, digging through with their snouts. That is cute. We do not have snow on the ground. We only have snow banks and left now. It's really cold out, but we had a day of rain after the snow, which is great for cleaning your car off because you just push everything off of the car. But unfortunately, it means that the snow's gone and my dog's sort of childlike excitement for snow being on the ground is gone. Dog's excitement is gone. All music is going to be replaced with corporate AI slop. At least waiting in line, you're not going to hear the, what was that song that was made on the PlayStation that kid made and it was like really popular? Do. Something about clouds. Sleep. Oh no, as the earth turns slowly. That song, not going to hear that anymore. We're just going to hear generic AI slop that will only exist for the music system at the particular retail store to enhance your experience. And I can't wait until you hear in the music advertisements. There's going to be ads in the music. It's going to be in the music. It'll be in the music. Mark my words, it's coming. It's coming. It's only like 1 or 2 corporate quarters away from happening. And I think the only thing stemming the tide at the moment is focus groups. But boy howdy, if those systems get any better at making corporate AI music slop, it's gonna be wild for a little bit. I mean, Robog's used those systems to make all the music for his game, and while it did make some interesting songs, maybe like very surface level interesting, I really hate that music. I really hate it. It does not sound good. Just got to send waveforms that oscillate your brain to buy more stuff with AI. If they over the the course of doing focus groups, I want to do some focus groups, and I want to see if somebody has to go into the pharmacy to get their prescription, if I play like random screeching over the PA system, just like screeching and like siren noises, things that are meant so that you don't get used to the noise, the stuff they used at like Abu Ghraib, that kind of stuff. If I play that, like the sounds of rabbits screaming and stuff like that, will people go through the retail experience and buy more stuff more quickly because they're under stress? I'll do it. I'll make a pharmacy where we just play screeching noises over the PA. Stores here don't even play music even for Christmas? How is that? You're supposed to be playing the same song over and over again during Christmas. That's how Christmas works. I played Garage One when I worked at Subway back when they still did the U-cut. We had our CD privileges taken away. Oh no. Yeah, I've had retail employees complaining in front of me about the repetition of the music that they have there. It might have been because I made a comment about it. I'm like, don't you guys get sick of listening to this? Because they listen to the same songs over and over again. They got like a 6 CD changer in the back that they just fill up with the corporate music and keep playing over and over again. What struck me and what really brought up this whole topic for discussion was that I'm sitting in line at CVS and I thought I heard a song that was in German. I thought they were singing in German. Turns out they were probably had just that, like, whatever the latest trendy accent is, and they were kind of mumbling, so I didn't really hear what the lyrics were. I heard English lyrics in there, but it really did sound like they were singing fully in German, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. Like, I don't really know what language they're singing, and the music's tolerable, so I think it's okay. And then I heard English language, and I'm like, maybe that's not what I'm hearing. Empty, sterilized warehouses. It's happening right now. I'm listening through headphones, and this music you're playing has weird sounds in it. This is a person making this music. This is oh, it changed to a different thing. Yaku Wakama EP, organic down-tempo, folktronica, chill out. Man, I'll keep it. I'll keep it up. It's only a 30-minute mix. This kind of stuff's great. But I'm pretty sure a person made this because there's no corporate interest in it. So yeah. Spotify has a few Suno uploads showing in the popular section lately. I don't know what that is, man. What are you talking about? We got in trouble at the breakfast place I worked at because we would turn down the in-store speakers to play our own stuff during opening prep on a speaker. We would on purpose never turn it back off after opening. Oh, I see. I was like, man. Yeah, I let YouTube choose the next track. I never do that, but I don't know. It changed over when I wasn't looking. The music for me, it might be kind of loud for you guys. It's very soft for me because I don't want it feeding back in over the mic. Oh, bumped that with my ice. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think you're just not going to the same stores that I am, because you have all the same stores that I have. You have the CVS's and whatnot. And I guarantee you, if you go to CVS, you're going to hear the dickless corporate music that they love playing. Yeah, we're doing keyboard stuff today because my PCBs came in. They're pretty cool. Let me go get the keyboard itself. It's going to be a bit of an operation to get these on here. Just like in the simulations. Well, they're not. They are orange. No, I can't look at them. I can't look at them yet. We can't look at them under the microscope yet. We're saving that for when stream starts. We're doing the full soup to nuts here. Start at the beginning. Why is that not sitting flat? What's going on there? It's just rubber hose tension. What's up, Anonymous? How you doing? Oh, there goes my dog barking at stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. She's got a very sing-song kind of bark. Hate it when eBay sellers don't ship. Does that happen a lot? I rarely have that happen. Usually the eBay sellers are some of the most militant shipping people. It's the people that don't ship are the forum people. I have sent parts to somebody on the forums who I considered a friend, and they took measurements of a part that I sent them, and they didn't send it back. And so I pressed and pressed and pressed, and I said, hey, come on, like, send me my part back. I need it to work on my car. And they just wouldn't do it until I made a public post about it. And then they suddenly shipped it and they called me a jerk. It's like, come on, dude. Stop being so abjectly, outwardly evil or lazy. Ordered a lot of PLCC sockets last Friday. No shipments, no communications. Yeah, some of those I've forgotten about, and then they eventually go forward with all the shipping, but that is very frustrating if nothing is happening with that. Getting people to package things properly, that I wish people would do. Yeah, that's always a rough one. I've had a few items from, even like from Amazon, that would come in the package was just floppy because it was like a big piece of metal and it just flew out somewhere. Wondering where in the mail system my 1, 2, 3 blocks ended up flying out. Hopefully they didn't injure anybody. Being that they are giant blocks of metal. Yeah, overpacking is, I guess, always good, except when it's like the super overpacking. Oh, yeah, when you order glass and you get sand. That happened to me for a while with things like lingonberry jam. You know, stuff you don't really find in the stores around here. And I guess maybe if I went to like Whole Foods, I might find it. But like a lingonberry concentrate I tried to get, and they kept throwing it at my front door, and it blew up whenever it would get there. So when I finally got one successfully, it was wrapped in airbags. It had this like special airbag system that was specifically for shipping like a glass jar somewhere, and it was just this full surround of airbag, and then it was like tucked in with a whole bunch of like airbag packing around that, so that it could be tossed and it would just kind of like rattle around a little bit and not blow up. Very annoying. I had a guy send a transmission controller in a bubble bag. FedEx deliver it with a red dot, empty bag. Ugh. Yeah, the one that was empty for me, it didn't even have a notice that it was an empty bag. And there was one more recently where they put that apology letter in there that said, "We're sorry. It seems like there must have been something in this bag before we got it." And I'm like, what do you mean before you got it? You're the ones that did this. Yeah, they love that bubble wrap envelope. And then somehow, I don't fucking understand this at all, they are like, by the way, actually, our plastic bag is more environmental than paper. You're like, no. Like, no, wait a minute. No, it's not. No. Oh, we're using less gas because this weighs less. I'm like, who did that? Who did that calculation? Because that's fucked up, man. One tiny sensor in a car-sized box. Oh, what was the recent one that I did like that? Oh, what was I ordering? No, I don't remember. I still have the box. It's sitting over there. The printer cartridges. Printer cartridges. Box about this big. Came in a box. That was one of those long ones. Huge box. Tiny little printer cartridge. Craziness. Craziness. Those are always fun. I'm just saying, like, I mean, per this discussion earlier, we're going to get AI music in retail stores soon. So keep your eye out. Keep your ears out. It's going to be funny for like a year, and then it'll just be crushing after that. So maybe there'll be less repetition, though. That might be the good part about it. They'll still probably play Mariah Carey's Christmas until we're all bones in the ground. Spotted Owl Neighborhood. I remember, don't use paper bags. It hurts the owl. How is that calculation? Where's the calculus on that one? Spotted owls. Don't use paper bags because the owls will eat it and poop cardboard. Maybe. But those, I mean, the plastic. Oh, because of trees. Because they're cutting down trees. I mean, like it's not the 1800s. We're not cutting down trees that aren't quickly replaceable. You know, those tree farms they go in like big circles, right? There's a harvesting season for each facet of the. So, I mean, I don't think maybe we are still clear cutting the Amazon. Although I think they've run out of Amazon at this point. So who knows? Is Amazon cutting down the Amazon so that they're the only Amazon? Velociraptor. Anyway, no, I sourcing that stuff, I don't know. But the ways to get paper other than trees, yeah. Well, and then like, you know, I know plastic is very economical. You can stretch it quite a long way, and the bubble wrap plastic containers for packages, that's still a lot of plastic though. That's like several plastic bags, you know, the urban jellyfish style plastic bag. That's still a lot of plastic material going into those puffed bags. So I don't see it as being any more environmental, and especially not more environmental than paper, which is technically renewable. It is a natural substance, sort of. Using paper incentivizes planting of trees. Using plastic incentivizes, yeah, well, maybe soy and corn in order to create the sort of renewable style of plastic. Are they really using that though, or are they're using hydrocarbons, I'm guessing? The earth will recover when humans are gone. Well, yeah, the earth is very indifferent to what we're doing. It'll still be here. This rock will still fly itself through the reaches of space, as it is doing now. Let me close a couple windows on this computer. I've got a couple things open still. Although we are probably going to be going back to Arduino in order to do QMK. I got to figure out where I backed up all of the keyboard stuff. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Oh God. What windows do we have open here? I got YouTube. I got that one. We got Intersil. I don't think we're going to have to look up parts today, because we're not going to need any of that. I'll keep the LM1117 datasheet open though, just because we will probably need a research window. Packing material still earth oil, unless Lego specifically. Yeah, I know Lego moved over to non whatever earth oil. Good on them. I hope the bricks have the integrity that all the old ones have. I don't doubt that they did their homework on that one. I used DeepSeek for my first Arduino project. It was amazing. Almost worked. Would you have been better off like actually sitting down and learning Arduino 101? Because if you're trusting DeepSeek to do it, you're going to get into the very frustrating situation where things will go wrong and the AI won't really be able to help you. You're like, Fafo, print it, send it, just send it, send it. Yeah, I mean, for very basic Arduino stuff, at least to get your foot in the door, fine. Might want to actually learn a little bit about the programming so that when things get a little bit more complicated, you're able to step in and go, I know that this should not be done that way. And then you can steer the AI based on your experience. I think that's really where it shines. But I haven't really been using a lot of AI, so correct me if I'm wrong, I guess. I know Gonad has had quite a bit of luck getting AI, kind of wrestling AI into getting things working on a fairly complicated project too. I personally, at my skill level, I would use it to outline a project for me. If I was really struggling with how to get something to do something, I'd say, hey, give me an outline for this program, and then I can fill in the pieces with stuff I like, and I know how it works. Exactly. Build the workflow of the project. I cannot focus unless it's hands-on. The motivation of, because I am that way too. Once you start getting stuff going, once you start getting your hello worlds and your servos moving, things get a lot more hands-on-y feeling. You feel more like you are in control of this project. As somebody who primarily loves the hands-on part, focuses on the hands-on part, I can say that it does feel very similar. Don't forget to brush your Arduinos too, because they get dusty. Brush your Arduinos, you're gonna get plaque buildup. No, girls won't go on dates with you because you stink. All right, you gotta brush that Arduino. Say, he's got the worst Arduino. It's disgusting. I gotta keep up with that hygiene. I'll do it on air. I'm not embarrassed. The chicks in Daytona dig a clean Arduino, you know? If I have to take a break to spend an hour to find an answer 2 weeks later, I get back on the task. Huh? Wait, I gotta plot that one out. Hold on. If I have to take a break to spend an hour to find an answer 2 weeks later, I get back on task. Oh, I don't understand. Oh, here's another random. This one's Numa, Lakaya, de la Luz. I don't understand any of these words going into the music that I'm listening to. That looks like a new Arduino. Hey, that looks pretty good. A little bit of dust here and there. Looks like a brand new goddamn Arduino right there is what I got. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. I'll put this aside. I'm going to put this over here until it collects enough dust for me to want to brush it again. Let's go back to OTT Tech. Or just OTT, rather. Let's go... Heads. Full album. Heads is from years and years ago. 2 years, in fact. And I'll jump us in. There we go. That's more like it. Hard drives on the market that have 28 terabytes and they fit in a 3.5-inch drive. That's pretty crazy. It's not what we're talking about. It's pretty crazy. I had ChatGPT jerk me around yesterday. It swore all I needed to run a virtual environment for Duet DSF was a DSF simulation equals 1 environment variable. But guess what? That doesn't exist. I changed 250 of them to QFP 32168s. I don't know what any of that means. For a company that was making EDU kits. Jesus Christ, there's so much jargon in there. I don't know what any of it. Good morning from New Zealand. Hey man, can I sleep on your couch for a little bit? Just like a 10 years. I applied for a job at Valve once, and then they moved to New Zealand. I would have loved that. I even turned on web search and reasoning and told them the LLM that ENV doesn't exist, and I swore it was real. That's really cool. I'm happy for you, man. Unless maybe I'm sorry that had to happen. Whichever one fits. I don't know any of this jargon. What is all that stuff? I'm scared. I'm gonna brush off my Stream Deck. Nobody do anything weird while it's turned off, okay? This thing is too dusty. Nobody make me have to. Oh, that was the wrong plug. Heidi. Hold on, I gotta plug in a USB, and it's in a super position. Which one of y'all is a Stream Deck? Is that this one? Nope, that wasn't it. Might have unplugged my webcam. Which one are yous? This one. Oh, you're all the way up here. There we go. Okay, it's on the magnetic USB-C extendo. I'm going to wipe this thing off because it's so full of dust, it's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, stop typing jargon into my... I understand that as engineers, we are close to corporate-style jargon influxes, but as far as I'm concerned, all of those numbers are meaningless, and you're just slamming your finger on your hands on your keyboard. And I don't want you to explain yourself because I don't care what all that stuff is. I don't care. Fuck. I'm getting jargon angry. We're going to deliver executables that are client-facing and forward-thinking within our core values. that elevate the landscape of actionable deliverables. Heidi ho, Heidi, Heidi. That's what this song sounds like to me. Heidi, Heidi ho. Bada bing, there we go, nice and clean. Nice and clean. And functional. Tequin, I gotta learn how to say that word. I haven't interacted with it other than reading it for a long time. Well, Dragon says, been watching your VODs for so long, I'm not used to actually hearing the music you keep gaslighting us with. I'm so sorry that I have to do that, but my interest in having music that I like, as well as having no copyright strikes on my channel, means that only Twitch gets to hear the music. So the Dragon's experience, it's near and dear to my heart, and I hate that I have to do it. On the older VODs, you should see how many strikes there are. Even using 10-year-old mixes of Tech House, which is basically like one frequency, and then somebody going house music, and then one frequency, again, just going burp, 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 burp. That's Tech House, right? There's nothing to it. It's very simple. It's so simple, in fact, that I get just 25 copyright strikes on one of those, the old VODs that I published to YouTube proper. I'm glad I did that, though, because publishing those VODs meant that I got on the radar of some of the people who give free accounts of Fusion 360 to people. And so they contacted me and they said, hey, we like that you're doing content with our program. You want a free copy? And I said, boy, howdy do I, mister. What do I got to do? I got to get into this van that you're driving? Why are you in a van? Help you find a lost puppy? Yeah, of course. Nobody likes losing a puppy. I'll help you find it. Wouldn't it be easier to find the puppy if you had windows in the back of this van? That's all right. We'll find the puppy. Google Pixel fan. Huh? Oh, well, fan or not, I used to work with cell phones with the tracking device division of the FBI, and we were given a variety of different cell phones to do testing on, and the Google Pixel was a great alternative to what I was using at the time, which was the... I forget what the name was. The one that basically completely copies the iPhone. HTC. I was using HTC phones at the time, and I was for a little bit until I finally got to the HTC that, like, they always would have troubles with the HTCs in their design because they're made out of metal, so you can't get an RF signal out of metal, and so they kind of struggled with like NFT stuff and a little bit with Bluetooth. And so I was looking at getting a new phone in order to change my insulin pump over to a Bluetooth system that has custom user-written software. It's a third-party software that controls the pump and the glucose monitor and ties them together and allows me to get proper... That was a burp. That allowed me to get properly aggressive with my diabetes management. So my diabetes management got really aggressive. I'm doing much, much better now. I was doing okay before, but now I'm doing better. And I could still do probably a little bit better. I need to fast more. I need to eat less, fast more, lose weight, and drop some sensitivity to insulin. But nobody's perfect, you fucker. So anyway, I've had much better control. And so to get on that system, I wanted to have a phone that had proper Bluetooth reception and all that stuff. And so the Pixel was a natural choice. So Pixel 6, I haven't really looked back. It works just fine. So in the same boat, always a pain in the ass. I'm tired of all these fucking perfect people telling me what to do. My friends who are thin just say, oh, it's just calorie in and calorie out. And then people on the internet go, it's just a numbers game. It's just a numbers game. I'm like, I'm not a fucking number. And then, you know, perfect people telling me that diabetes management isn't that hard. It's like, just fuck off. You know, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. We're all flawed. I'm always working on myself, but boy, oh boy, howdy, unsolicited advice is my favorite thing in the world. You guys ever see an ultrasonic motor? Check this out. This is a Panasonic ultrasonic motor demo. I think the technology is in this camera lens, actually. We haven't really been able to access it yet, but it required a lot of electronics to operate. What happens is the piezoelectric elements vibrate, and somehow this motor, with a fair bit of torque, spins. I mean, this is a heavy flywheel, and it's able to spin this thing. Have I gotten it to spin lately? No. There was a whole big board of electronics that went with this, and it was on its own little stand. And dumbass me decided to take it all apart. I really should never have taken it apart, because it was a cool little demo that you could just show somebody. Like, this thing spins at a certain rate. Whoa, cool. And I was like, man, that's neat. I'm going to take it apart and learn how it works and then use it for something. Nope, didn't. Never did. Never did. I don't know what electronics I can actually put into this thing in order to get the piezo elements to do the thing and spin the motor. But boy howdy, when it does spin, it was really cool. Maybe we can find it. Why? Okay. Companies that make things for like electrical engineers and like products that we typically build other stuff out of. I have one note. If you're going to do alphanumeric in your part number, don't put D's next to zeros. Don't do it. It might be the best place for them because then you can see the difference between a 0 and a D. But like if you have a part number that's lasered onto a chip that's smaller than an atom, don't put a 0 next to a D. Just don't do it. Don't use those characters. We don't use 0 or D in our part numbers. You just don't do it. Is it a 00? Is it a 0D? Or is it a DD? D0? Just don't do it. I mean, yeah, but then, like, yeah, okay, let's say they do have a slash through the 0, but you get a part number that doesn't have that 0 in it. How are you to know? Yeah, 0 and O are another one too. Just don't use those characters. 5 and S, don't use those characters. I know this sounds very limiting, but you've got alphanumerics on your side. So if you have 4 digits of alphanumerics, you can get rid of 5 and S, S and 5, 0 and 0, 0 and D, right? And the letter O. You can get rid of that. You still have a huge pool of numbers. And 0 and W. Get rid of it. Make it illegal. Where's my browser window? There it is. Panasonic 40D. Oh, USM. I forgot the other one. Can I get one of these for cheap? What? 40D detailed comparison. No, I don't mean cameras. Oh, it's a model of camera. Nah, none of this. None of it. This thing never existed. This must have been something so specialized that you just can't find it. Let's make sure we've got it right. USM 40D. USM 40D. Unless it's 4OD. If it's 4OD, I'm going to have a baby. Oops, I put a space in there. 40'd. It's not 4OD. Panasonic piezoelectric motor demo. Nothing. None of this is right. It's like it never existed. I really shouldn't have taken it apart, huh? What the fuck is that part number? I'll never be able to type it. That looks like you're trying to type out a spoiler, Copper. Let me put this in spoiler. Yeah, so ultrasonic motor demo, not really. Of course, Applied Science has already done something with a piezoelectric motor. Of course he has. He's done everything cool that we'll never be able to do. Four inches of snow. Yeah, go submerge yourself in warm water. That sounds awesome. I had to help a friend of mine install his hot tub. I guess he uses it a lot. I could never imagine owning, first of all, property, second of all, a hot tub. I'm one of those derelicts in my generation that doesn't get to own property ever. Whereas a bunch of my friends do. They either got into the market as early as possible or they had a lot of help. Yeah, terrible characters within standard fonts. They're all kerned all around and they've got weird heights and stuff. I had to deal a lot with fonts. I'm the first person to have to deal with the nitty-gritty of fonts and font construction since the 80s. Only God can own something. If by God you mean corporate people, as in corporations that count as people, then they're the ones that get to own everything. We're gonna all be on Blackwater property or whatever soon. Corporate mercenary property. I worked my ass off. I risked my life. Hey man, go get in the hot tub. I'm actually happy for you. I'm not complaining about other people. I'm complaining about my own inability. Nothing wrong with that. What do we got here? This is an LM1117 data sheet. I don't know if we're gonna have to look up a lot of stuff. Flying 4-seat Cessnas over the oceans. That is actually small airplanes. Aren't they like notoriously crazily? Like there's a lot of accidents with small planes that we just don't know about. We don't hear about them. That's what I heard from a friend of mine who took pilot lessons. That small airports are like crazy town. All right, are we gonna get going here? What time is it? Oh yeah, it's probably time to get going. How long have I been introing for? An hour! Well, that's actually what I should be doing. I don't mean to make them an hour, but if I have a lot of stuff to talk about, (30 to 40% over gross takeoff weight). That's a wait. Aren't you not supposed to? Isn't that bad? Aren't you not supposed to do that? I flew so many drugs. All right, so this is double-sided taped on. This is just for a size comparison for the final thing. We literally printed the circuit out of the printer. Not the printer I wanted to print it out of, but whatever. What planes do you, what? What are you talking about? Where did that come from? All right, listen, let's get started. Where's my start soon thing? It's in setup, isn't it? Yeah, setup. Get rid of that. Let's fade the music out, huh? Usually I say that, and then the joke is that I just drop the hammer on it, but I'll actually fade it out this time. Share a clip of your favorite Twitch moments during February and earn a Share the Love badge. No, I will not. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't need your stupid badges. I don't need your stinking badges. Where did that come from? Is that a Scarface quote? Where is that from? My uncle used to joke with the stinking badgers line all the time. Was that Saturday Night Live or something similar? I don't know where that came from. I think I looked it up once and then I just completely forgot about it. We got a circuit board in. Blazing Saddles. It's okay. I gotta watch. I haven't seen Blazing Saddles in nigh on a decade and a half. It's been a long time, and there's a lot of good stuff in that movie. Also, was UHF making fun of Blazing Saddles? That might have been it. Any of that grouping of movie I need to watch again of that sort of thing. Man, just the cobwebs of the mind. I became worthy again, so I needed to get my airplane worthy this spring. That's fun. Hello, welcome to my stream. Oh bother here, Variety Engineering. Now, it's actually from Bandito in 1948. Did we get it? Did we get it? Can I start now? I'm going to turn the music back on. I unfortunately introduced something fascinating into the very beginning of my actual stream, and it's going to take up the narrative for a little bit. That's totally on me. That's my fault. But okay. Anyway, stream. What are we doing today? Well, welcome to my variety electronics stream, where we accidentally work on one singular thing for like a year. We've been working on modular synthesizers and like until my fingers started to bleed. I thought we put kind of the bow on the mixer project yesterday by testing the noise from both channels at once. The problem is, do you know why there was no delay in the two signals for the stereo sound? It's because it's all going through exactly the same amount of circuit. We were testing both endpoints, not the start and the end. So we're going to have to go back to that at some point. I'll power up the scope. Maybe I'll figure out how the Fourier transform stuff actually works. The scope should be pretty intuitive. It's just FFT is complicated, and getting everything tuned up and figuring out what controls you're supposed to be using to get things into the range, it gets a little bit more complicated. So I need to read up on FFT stuff for this scope, because we can use that and we can get a good idea of input versus output frequencies and what it's doing to the sound. Because I want to know. I want to know that it's either a completely faithful reproduction or if it's doing stuff that's beneficial. I want to see how the FF fits. It just gives us a frequency breakdown, and so if we get dips in the frequencies on one side and not the other, then we can tell that our circuit is doing something, and doing something undesirable. But from what I'm seeing from it, it's probably working great. It's just the results from yesterday at the very end of stream were completely invalid. I looked at it and said, my God, these signals match each other perfectly. It's because they both are from the origin point of the circuit, the same signal going through two different paths and coming to the output. That's a result. I mean, that is a result. That does say that our circuit, though it jumps all around the board, is good, because we can know that both of our endpoints are exactly the same. That's good. But what we don't know is the endpoint in comparison to the enter point. We need to see, you know, the FIFO systems working completely fine. So anyway, here we are. I'm doing something other than modular synthesizers and sound. Sound is sort of a place that I don't know a lot of what I'm doing. We are doing something digital, and that digital thing is mitigating. This is sort of my own personal sippy cup. It's mitigating the damage that I do to my own hardware due to spillage, me spilling stuff on my stuff. I've gotten a little bit better about it. I'm not great about it these days, but these Code 10 keyless keyboards originated from having a board that would plug in right here. It would have a weird C-shaped PCB that would plug in right here, and it would have the microcontroller on it. From there, they put the microcontroller natively down onto the surface of the keyboard, which had all of its accoutrement surrounding it, as well as the clock. And the clock on these things it has an opening underneath the chip. And so when you spill rum and coke on this thing, it gets into the clock and under the chip and into the air hole, especially when you leave it overnight because you were going to bed and not paying attention and the glass toppled over because you're drunk. So anyway, that stuff can sit in the shmoo for a little while, and then it just goes bah, and stops working completely. I don't know if that's what happened to this one. I think this one just got a little tiny bit of like seltzer water on it, and it decided to die. That seems unfair, but I think this one died just like immediately. Transistors are fine. It's the microcontrollers that stop communicating. This microcontroller here is designed to reflash this one in the event that something goes horribly wrong, or you want to do a factory reset. But they're both dead. So and also this one won't flash. It just won't do it. I can't even get this one to go into emergency mode. So this thing, for all intensive purposes, is dead. I then took an RP2040, a nice $5 microcontroller platform with a $1 chip, and decided, hey, that's a lot of I/O. Maybe we can get this keyboard running on an RP2040. Is there a precedent for that? Turns out, quick mechanical keyboard, QMK, readily available, totally easy to use. Totally easy to use, is available. And so a lot of people are reflashing or programming from scratch their keyboards with QMK. So we decided to QMK this keyboard. That actually involved a considerable amount of reverse engineering, because QMK typically relies on you making a big grid out of all of your buttons. It's a lot of buttons, right? You can't just natively run all these buttons directly into the IC. Like with Xbox, that was the thing that they actually started doing. They originally had everything matrixized. They had a big matrix of all the buttons on the controller. That went into a microcontroller and used fewer pins, because you activate a row and then you sense the column, right? Activate a row, sense the column. Activate a row, sense the column. And that can give you the locations of the press down keyboards. And you do need to involve diodes in that. You'll notice that there are tons of diodes on this board. Those diodes are making sure that you don't accidentally get a signal through what is the mirror of that key. So activate a row, look at a column. Activate a row, look at a column. Activate a row, look at a column. That requires you to scan through your inputs. And so that can add a little bit of delay. And it's a subhuman. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. It is a timing that is well below the amount of time it takes a human to notice something. Because you have debounces and stuff like that. You press a key, something happens within 10 milliseconds. You don't notice that, right? Some people say they do, and in controllers and stuff like that, the response time is very important for like fighting games and stuff like that. You need that instant response. And so what Xbox did in sort of their mid-generation controller is they moved over to having each input individually go into a pin of the microcontroller. So the microcontroller would just look, is this one ground? Is this one ground? Is this one ground? Is this one ground? Like, it can do that at extreme timing speeds, because you can actually get the whole register of buttons at once, and then you can deal with it from there. You just get that big block, it's just one number, and you throw it into the rest of your code as an activation or a debounce. So I don't know what they're doing these days. They might be matrixing the keys again, just because it might be cheaper. But with keyboards, you have tons of inputs. This is 104 keys. So you're not going to find a microcontroller with 104 I/O and use that. It would be kind of neat to do, but you just don't need to do that. So you split it into rows and columns. And so code decided that instead of having this be a column, this be a column, this be a column, this be a column, instead, well, they still have the columns, but instead of this being a row and this being a row and this being a row, they split it so that these keys are one row, these keys are another, these keys are another, these keys are another, because when you're typing, there are keys that you use more often and keys that you use more seldom. And supposedly that's the logic behind this keyboard layout. The keyboard layout that we all know and love, except for those freaks overseas that use weird keyboard layouts, or if anybody's using a weird keyboard layout like the one-handed keyboard layout, you guys are freaks. But anyway, the keyboard layout that we all know and love, supposedly, this is all rumor and probably not true, is designed to actually slow you down a little bit. Supposedly all of the frequently used keys were grouped into the middle, and then the seldom stuff is off to the side. And then some people have a theory that the key layout is actually designed so that you have to reach for certain keys and it actually slows you down so the typewriter doesn't jam. I don't know which of those is true. Dvorak, that was a little freak layout I was looking for. But yeah, so you're typing away and supposedly actually this is designed to slow you down a little bit. I don't know if it does or not. I don't know if you type Dvorak, if your giant glowing brain types a little faster, or if that's sort of a self-selection sort of thing. I have to be different. I'm going to have a Dvorak layout. And then I sit down at your computer because you can't seem to print a file and nothing is correct. Oh, let me just put it back in the un-Dvorak mode. So anyway. Freaks. Anyway. The weird thing about the code 10 keyless keyboard, and the regular code keyboards as well, their rows are split in a weird way. And so I had to do a whole bunch of mapping of that in order to make sure that things got into the RP2040 properly, and so I could have QMK scan it. QMK can do that, though. You have your keyboard layouts in QMK, and they work pretty well. And so I was able to shift a matrix around. Hold on, I'm just going to burp. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Whoa! That was a hiccup. Okay, so anyway, I was reading the QMK documentation. If you put diodes on each key, it lets you hit 6+ keys at once with no masking. Yeah, the thing is, like, if you plot out the circuit path, if I hit a button over here, there's a mirror to that button somewhere on the other side of the keyboard that can accidentally sense that you're hitting. So if you hit 2 at once, sometimes the circuit paths will give you weird results and weird like ghosting of keys. So you put diodes on everything, and apparently according to QMK documentation, you get it 6 keys and it would still work. That's pretty cool. Subreddit, some of the keyboards having the gaming keys on their own connection to the controller outside of the matrix. And you can do that with QMK. Yeah, you can actually direct route some of the buttons if you really want to. What I was doing is reverse engineering, bunch of pins and needles on this side of the board. Reverse engineering the connection of the rows and columns to their microcontroller. And what we're doing is we're taking it over. We're taking the job over. And so I had a layout where I actually taped the RP2040 to the keyboard and ran a whole lot of wires over to some muxes. Muxes are a device where you give it a binary, what do you call that? A parallel binary number, and it activates one of many switches, and only one switch at a time. So you have 8 numbers that you feed this thing, and it'll activate one of the 8 switches. You use that in order to switch between the rows and the columns and save pins on your microcontroller. Instead of 8 pins, instead I have a common pin and then 3 number pins. So it's 4 as opposed to 8. It makes sense when you only have so many microcontroller pins to sense from, and we were using parts that I already had. So the muxes that I have are actually for analog signals. They're not for digital signals, which makes it a little bit weird. It makes it a little slow. But we were able to slow it down properly and get it to work so that when I hit a key, it was hitting a key just normally. Because again, we're dealing with a human, and I don't think a lot of people understand this, especially my gamer friends that I frequently get into arguments about this with. They believe that LCD screens are the devil because of the response time. They say, we can absolutely feel the response time on that. I know that I'm hitting the button and then something is happening. And I tell them, that is completely a fabrication of your dumb mind. You are fabricating that in order to push forward this thing about timings. Olympic timing only just approaches the timing of LCD display lag. It is a thing, and they do use CRTs in like fighting game tournaments, but the input lags and the LCD lags are not all that pronounced. It is very much overstated by a lot of people. And I know there's corner cases for everything, and everybody's firing up Google right now in order to prove me wrong, because that's all you guys do on my channel. But it is a thing where if we have a little bit of delay in our keyboard, and we have to wait for an analog voltage level to settle for a few microseconds, that's not felt in the final product. I've been playing Abiotic Factor, which is fairly twitchy when it comes to the gunplay, and I'll tell you, I haven't felt a single lag beyond what is stated from the actual game to make things seem more realistic. There's nothing there. And I'm dumb and slow, but still. Anyway, the point is, we're using those muxes just because I have them. If I were to do this again, and I will probably do... I will probably be redoing this program, this board at some point. Calling it a board is a little weird because it's flexible PCB, but I'll probably be redoing this board at some point, in which event I will put the RP2040 directly down on this thing, and then it can directly scan the rows and columns and read them back digitally instead of having to go through analog muxes. But for now, we're just trying to get my board going, right? We're just trying to get like what I had in wires represented on a Flexi PCB, because I mean, this was like $30 for 5 of them. So what we're doing is removing this chip. We know what rows and columns connect where, and we know where the LEDs are connecting over here. So what I did is I made a Flexi PCB with cutouts on it that will line up to the chips. So to make sure that our dimensions were proper, we did paper printouts that I covered in Kapton tape. Not all that much of a departure from the actual board that we got in the mail itself. So let's take a look at this board. Let's see what's on this board. And if we can get our components down onto it, we got to find some simple, I believe, NPN transistors for this. A couple 1K resistors. This is a digital circuit. Everything's nice and easy. Everything's nice and easy. So let's take a look closely at, this is so something like a Flexi PCB can get damaged from too much handling and too much of this stuff. Too much of that stuff, right? That can damage the copper in here. So this is the handling PCB. This is the one that we're going to look at closely. We're going to make sure everything's good on it. And then when it comes to actually building one of these, we will tape one down to the heatsink so that it stays put and we can build it without flexing it too much. That's essentially the process here. We don't want to, this is the one that we get to look at with a fine-tooth comb. When it comes to building it, I want to minimize the amount of like heat cycles that it sees and the amount of flexures that it sees. And then when we install it, it'll get double-sided tape strategically placed so that we can hold it to this board and I can flex these little, what are now risers or bridges down to the actual pins of the former microcontroller. Should be pretty cool. I learned to type on an underwriter 100% manual keyboard. What does that mean? Underwriter? Remember seeing on the subreddit some, oh yeah, I got the, man, not a lot going on. How's everybody else's Friday doing? Oh, Underwood. I was like, Underwriter Labs is the place that like blows up your electronics in order to give it a little UL stamp so that you know that when you're selling this to people, it's not going to blow up their house. So I was like, what are their keyboards like? Is that like armored? Like those Subway keyboard terminals for the like blind people or whatever? All right, so. Well, I guess we messed up on that one. That was sort of inevitable. You can't win them all, chat, all right? You can't win them all. That was a concern. This one here. Instead of routing this in sort of a more sensical manner or having it move up and down and over, I just went down and as close to the edge as possible. This is the minimum trace width. I think it's a little bit larger than that. I could probably bump these up a little bit in terms of size, but they do seem to make their paths very nicely. This is an exercise in the route multiple paths tool. So I'm using curved traces because, I don't know, they look good. And you can see here that we've got right angle intersections of traces. Curved traces. This is a huge E&M nightmare. These are supposed to be tented over. I think they are, actually. Yeah, it's got like an Art Deco look. That's what I was looking for. That's a, yes, very good. It's got that Art Deco. That's a little weird with the curve, but generally it's all right. And then I've sort of haphazardly tied down my grounds so that they cover each other. This is not really all that much better than me just physically running the wires, to be honest, but it works okay. And then to be fair, like I keep saying that, I guess this saves space, but really I could have come in from in the middle of the chip all the time. These are going to be obsolete though. I'm not going to need these in the next version of the board, so it'll just be this massive swath of traces running out of this thing and into an RP2040. So all these and the combinations of can just run out and through. And there's the dog. Bark, bark, bark. This looks really good for what it is. This looks really good. Yeah, this is the Tokyo subway map. Oh, the one thing that I'd like to control a little better is my outer rim. I could make a crass joke about rim jobs here, but I mean, I want to do a little better about the board outline. I think this is okay. This was my first Flexi PCB, so you guys got to cut me some slack here. This is very well assembled. Am I seeing stuff right here? No, that's just dust. There's dust and grime on the surface here. I haven't wiped it off, so that'll get on the top of the circuit. These look pretty good. I think I can bridge solder that distance. The thing that I'm concerned with is that I have a ground plane underneath these. And so if I really wanted to make a good mating of the two surfaces, I was thinking like, oh yeah, I could just cut along this right here and make it like directly to the edge. But if I did that, I would be exposing the ground layer to solder. So that may be a bad idea. Oh, I said no marking and they put their marking on it. Maybe I did let them put their marking somewhere, but could they have maybe not done there? Like that's kind of, maybe that's a little annoying of you guys to put it like right there. Whatever. I do see display pads. Those are looking pretty good. The solder mask is off by a little bit, I think. Yeah, did they intentionally overlap it, or is it just off? It might just be off, but they might be intentionally overlapping it for me because that holds the copper on a little better. Of course, I'm not going to be putting a header here. This is going to be a wire to board connection. And those run all the way out to the perimeter, and they look good. Aside from the tearing in my camera setup. Looking very natural. Looks very natural. Although I do think that the solder mask is off by a little bit. I think it's off by a little bit. Needs to go to the right a little bit more. It's fine though. It's all within tolerance. We still have a functional board here, it seems. This is JLC PCB. So JLC PCB created this board, if we can call it a board, and it was about 30 bucks, give or take. It's probably a little closer to 40, I think. I'd have to look at the receipt. But the special ended right when I ordered this. they had a special where it was only $2 for the Flexi PCBs, but that special ended. This is like $30 to $40 for 5 of these, which is still an amazing deal considering that at Seed Studio, the same board would be $400 some odd. What's going on there? That's not, is that connected? No, that shouldn't be connected. Nope, that's on the other layer. That's the exit of the signal, I think. But I don't think it's going into itself. So what's that little piece right there? Strange. I think that's okay though. Oh, that's silk screen on the other layer. I see. Yeah, so those are all independent. Yeah, this looks fantastic for what it is. You have to realize, this is my finger. This is the size of my finger. I have a very average finger. This stuff is small. Very, very small. Father, why did you exit the pad like this? I don't know. Maybe I thought it was funny. Really not for any electrical reasons. See, the ground plane goes all the way up to the end of this, and I guess that's good for E&M, but I have to make sure that I can bridge the solder far enough over the edge of these. But keep in mind also that this is the handling board. This is the one that we're looking at closely and handling in our hands, so we're not being super reverent of it. And you know, I can move it around on the desk like this, and it's fine. When we build the board, it will be a different one. I'm glad they realized this cutout here because I had in the preview this didn't cut out, so this was shown as like solid. But it looks pretty good now. Hey, that's cool. So maybe we can get something going with this. All right, test number 2. All of my traces look good. This is a very straightforward board. It's a digital design. Everything is like this thing goes here and that's it. So we don't need to worry about like transients and stuff like that. And if we get electrical noise, we'll deal with that in situ because it's only 40 bucks for 5 boards. What I'm going to do is take the tweezers and I'm going to gently coax these little fingers down and then to the side. So I'm going to fold them just a little bit, get that copper to fold in there. I want to only do this once because these things can tend to be pretty fragile, especially if you're bending them as far as I am. But man, is this going to like the miniaturization of personal projects? I feel like can take a leap forward with stuff like this. Like if I wanted to put like an Arduino and then some other like sensor and some other stuff like in a really tiny packaging, this thing can really help. JLC shipping went way up. What happened there? Is that just in lieu of the sort of modern these days kind of thing? Our wonderful political climate. He's a little foot bend. I'm doing this from a distance right now, and I'm doing it kind of haphazardly. We're going to see if I get away with it in the end. This project does make me a little nervous. I don't know if I'm going to get away with these shenanigans. How much care I have to take in elements of it, because I've never worked with an orange Flexi PCB before. Not because of the tariffs. Well, then that's going to be its own little slice of pie, isn't it? That's going to be fun on a bun. I thought we got rid of the IC on this thing. I guess we didn't. All right, so here's the wonderful Sonics microcontroller of the QMK, or not the QMK, of the Code 10 keyless keyboard. Now, to be fair, some people have reverse engineered the Sonics microcontroller, and they do have, I think, something where you can load up QMK onto this keyboard. But I'm going to be doing it my way, and my way is to have these little feetsies on our board, quote unquote, on our Flexi board, and we're going to flex all the way down to those pins and do just a little solder bridge on them, which is so super cool. Just have a little tiny solder bridge. I folded this one a little weird. A little tiny solder bridge that'll connect it. It's the $1.50 China shipping bye-bye. For stuff like this, for like PCBs and little things like this, I think it should probably still be pretty cheap. I hope it stays cheap, but yeah, it was a good thing. We had a good thing going, Walter. If you just shut your mouth, Walter. $1.50 to $10.75. So we're gonna have to go back to the days of putting multiple things together in an order. That sucks. I like to be able to kind of haphazardly order stuff. When we remove these chips, we will have pads here, and those pads are going to line up perfectly to the pins that I've designed. What I did is I basically recreated the footprint of the microcontroller and then added cutouts around it and a slight overlap of the insulating material. And this is, by the way, called for in the documentation for Flexi PCBs from JLC PCB. That's pretty cool. I don't know how much current some of these are going to be running. These might need to be blown up. I might need to make these big traces. I guess we'll see. I think most of them are just activating other transistors on the board, like these guys here. So we'll remove these chips and we'll keep some of the accoutrement, although some of it will go, like C208 and these two resistors can go. Those are just for the programming interface over here. And then this chip will go, and we keep these two transistors in there and these. I don't think this one needs to stay, but we can keep it. Get rid of the crystal and this stuff. This stuff stays because we are utilizing these pins, so all this filtering of the USB input can be done properly. C206, probably not needed. This stuff, yeah, maybe we don't need this stuff either. That's all setup stuff. Voltage input stuff we will keep here. That'll give us just a little bit more cleanliness to our internal 5-volt signals. And then the rest just gets routed out. But man, this thing died a warrior's death. Some liquid got into it. It looks pristine and clean right now, but I can assure you it does not work, and it's not reflashable. Pretty cool. All right, well, listen. Sorry, I only have ice right now. I'm chewing on ice chips like I just got back from surgery. Kind of rude. Let me get a glass of seltzer instead, so I don't go into the microphone. Do I have any down here? Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't have liquid. I don't have any liquid down here. I'm gonna die. 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 I'm gonna dehydrate. There's some. I found some over here where all the food is. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I found seltzer. I found seltzer. It's seltzer. It's got lemon lime flavor. We'll be okay. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. That sunny. Everything is restocked, by the way. I bought like my whole town's supply, which was like not that much. It wasn't that much. It was a couple grocery trips over the past like 3 weeks. I bought my entire town supply of that Sunny Delight hard seltzer. And I love it because it's a slightly different flavor. I'm a diabetic. I'm exposed to the same sodas over and over again. do you want Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi? I'm like, do I have a choice? No, then just give me whichever. I don't get snippy with people because they're the only reason they ask you that question. You know, do you want Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi? Is because some people freak out about that, and it's like, bro, you don't have any choice. Just be lucky if you get Diet Pepsi. I like Diet Pepsi. It's a little sweeter. It's got a slightly better taste to it. Be sure to spill some more on the keyboard. Look, I mean, the name brand that we all know and love, Drivo, and this wireless miniature mechanical keyboard, this thing has been a godsend. I bought this on Amazon for like 30 bucks, and it has been one of the better keyboards that I've ever had. It is tough to do stuff when you don't have all the extra keys, but let me tell you, I never use this keypad. I'm fast enough with those numbers. And then the 10 keyless extras, what does this get me? The F keys. I rarely ever use the F keys, especially when we're doing stuff here with like programming stuff. So I've been able to run my stream on this keyboard exceptionally well, and I've gotten kind of used to it. I do like having the F keys, but I really never use them for streaming. But this is actually supposed to be the stream keyboard. Yeah, you would love the F keys. But anyway, so Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi, those are the only things I ever see at restaurants and stuff, right? And I like soda. I like to have a drink with some flavor to it. I don't like sugar soda. The only time I really have sugar soda these days is if there's alcohol involved, and then it's diluting the alcohol. So why would you have that there? The effect is weird. So I have diet drinks largely in my life. I don't see a lot of variety in that, right? Zorg with support of up to 63 F keys. Who asked? No, but anyway, so I don't see a lot of variety in diet drinks. So when there's a drink that doesn't have a lot of carbs in it that I can, enjoy, I'm excited. I've had enough White Claw to kill a man, and I still feel nothing because it's white. It's fucking White Claw. It's water. There's barely any flavor. Well, there's a lot of flavor to White Claw. It stinks up the garbage cans. So something like Sunny Delight hard seltzer is like a godsend. It's like manna from the gods because it actually has flavor to it, and it's a pleasant flavor, and there's alcohol involved. I was over the moon about that stuff, and so I bought a lot of it around here, and I've just noticed they are stocked back up like to the gills with this stuff. I think maybe I made too much of a spike in sales just for my individual fervor for this drink, that I had a cashier tell me, oh, that stuff's popular now. And I'm like, I think it's just with me. I wish more games would let me map F keys for the keybinds. If you go outside the box a little bit too much these days, a lot of stuff is... I'm just particularly miffed that My Summer Car doesn't let you assign more stuff. There's a certain number of things in My Summer Car, and you can only go up to keyboard button like 26. And then you run out of keyboard buttons. Alcohol does not equal sugar. No. I don't know who's telling you what. Let's start to remove chips from this thing. I'm going to get the hot air out. We're going to throw down a little bit of flux so we can start bringing stuff off of this. What do I do if I like multiple companies after interviews? I've never had this problem. You get them to fight for you. Isn't that right? I don't know, man. You got to go down to the questions that you ask them, to the nitty gritty, and figure out which one has the more toxic work culture. I have never been in that situation. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, think about stuff like the commute and what kind of life you're going to live outside of the work. I guess you can't get to know it intimately. You could stalk some people on glass floor. You can do a mock commute. I've done that before. Drive all the way up to the exit on the highway and then turn around. Seems a little shady, but it gives you an idea of what your life's going to be like from then out. One of the realities of owning a corgi is that dog hair is everywhere. And I know how shitty this looks with all this dog hair on my tacky flux. But tacky flux is disgusting to begin with, and I hate it. I really dislike tacky flux. We've had people as soon as last stream coming in here and telling me that I'm not using flux properly, when I can tell you that I've been soldering for 35 years, almost my entire life. And the fact that I minimize flux is one of the key tenets of my techniques. I minimize the amount of flux that I use. Now we're using hot air on a foreign board that we have never worked on before, so it stands to reason that the flux may come in handy. I could even just use a wide soldering iron to get this thing out of here, but you've been soldering more years than I've been alive. Yes, not effectively. Only as a teenager did I really get to the good techniques where I could actually do stuff with solder, but yes, I have. I think that's any dog. Some dogs don't shed, but I mean, since we got a Corgi, that hair is just pervasive. And I'm sorry to say that it's made it to, even the board that we're looking at right now is covered in dog hair. Did it get the job done? Then it was done correctly. Yeah, I mean, I even added flux to that joint afterwards. I mean, it's like, I'm not doing this because you told me to. Look, I know it's necessary, but I try to minimize it because the stuff is nasty. It's not a good substance to have around, and I'm not throwing everything into an ultrasonic cleaner when I'm done. So we are just beginning. We are using hot air. We haven't even broken out the soldering iron yet. So what I'm doing is I am keeping away from the board. I'm keeping this, I don't know, half a foot away from the board, and I'm simply just heating up the area that I'm going to be working in, because we are exposing this thing. Our palm sheds like mad. I should have known, because it's a Corgi. Corgis are, and especially it's a long hair Corgi. It's a floofy one, so she's of course going to shed everywhere. Coddle kit cat. Oh, yeah, cat can be worse, right? So I am just heating up the board. I'm getting used to the heat so that we don't suddenly flash heat something and it ends up like cracking a trace or something. That's kind of an extreme thing to happen, but you just want to play a little bit of lip service to it. So I'm sneaking in closer and closer. I'm going to sneak up on the heat. Yeah, that means not using flux or not drowning it in flux, and also relying on the flux that's in the solder is apparently bad. Apparently relying on the rosin core of your solder only is bad. I should be absolutely fucking flooding this thing with flux. I should be drowning in this stuff. I should get flux in my mouth. All that in order to remove that chip. Probably didn't even need flux. That was an SOIC. We'll come back to get the resistors. Let's get the Sonics microcontroller out of here. Yeah, exactly. Something tells me a lot of people... Brink's got it directly on the nose. We're not naming names. I mean, you guys can name... I'm not naming names. You can name names. But something tells me a lot of people learned how to solder from a very specific, angry Apple repair tech YouTuber and don't understand how microscopes work. That's... Yeah. I've also soldered for most of my life, but only recently started using hot air. It's kind of voodoo. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's kind of nice to have everything become molten at the same time. I've done skillet tops where everything is molten and you pluck off the part and then you go, wait, oh no! And everything shifts and goes bad. I've had some pretty spectacular failures in electronics. I've taken a torch to a board before to try to remove specific items, and you go, this is going great! And then all of a sudden all the FR4 bubbles up and is destroyed. It's pretty crazy. But, you know, not using flux... Yeah, so flux in my world of solder and repair and one-offs and prototypes and rapid prototyping and stuff like that is something to be very limited because it gets gross. It really makes things super gross. You can clean around it if you have time and or the inclination of actually wanting to clean up something like that. You can clean around it, and generally the flux makes the work prettier. You don't necessarily need a ton of it, and you really don't want to be exposing yourself to the variety of chemicals that we use in soldering, because those are sometimes chemicals. They're not, you know, we're not talking about like skincare products. We're talking about something that's meant for a specific job, and they don't care about the fleshy human that absorbs all the microplastics. So you want to really limit the amount of chemicals that your body is exposed to. And I know the attitude is, oh, you namby-pamby wimpos, I'm sitting out here chewing on solder and blowing bubbles. And it's like, I don't care what you and Bubbles are up to, but you don't want that lead in your life. It's not good. I've been exposed to far more lead in my life than I really should have, pertaining particularly to a windowsill that I used to play on as a young toddler, and a blood test that almost got my parents like fucking arrested in Philadelphia. I've been exposed to a lot of lead. Is that why I have diabetes? Probably not, but it's just one of those things. Like I deal with this stuff a lot. I solder a lot. Maybe you don't in a hobby perspective, but you can live without the flux. Like, you'll get plenty of flux on there by adding a little bit of solder. With hot air though, it does help to have a little bit of tachyflux. And especially because we have not dealt with the solder. The solder looks good, right? This is like 2015, 2016 work, but I can put a very minimal amount on these pins from the tachyflux dispenser. And, you know, listen, it's okay to disagree with me. It's okay to disagree with me. I know I will rake you over the coals for disagreeing with me. Please don't take that personally. I just have, as a streamer, I have to have strong opinions. Otherwise, I'm just a milquetoast streamer, right? And as somebody who works with electronics and tries to avoid chemicals in the pursuit of my electronics, I will come down with strong opinions on this topic. And if I disagree with you, I really don't dislike you as a person, right? You're still pretty cool in my book, except for that one time. Yeah, the old mess, that stuff was pretty bad. Blackened pools of rosin. Especially when you get old electronics and you have to refresh the solder. Hot air is magic, and I really need to make sure that we retain all of these pins. So I'm going to make sure that a lot of heat goes into this. Because if I move this and nigh on one pin is still molten, we might lift a pad. I could add gobs of solder to the pins in order to facilitate, but I don't know if I need to. I think we can just pursue this for a little bit. I can just keep this going on. This is 500 degrees Celsius. It's a lot of heat. And it's actually hurting my hand because my left hand is a little bit close. There we go. So I was trying not to put a lot of pressure on that. I think I put a little too much on there, but just trying to kind of move it laterally, very sneakily. Very sneaky. Sneaky. Very, very sneaky, yes. Oh yeah, I used to use lead fishing weights. Probably shouldn't have. Is it ruined? No, it's still good. We'll go over that with solder braid and it'll clean right up. Oh my God, you didn't use flux. You didn't use flux. What's going to happen? Well, the heat of the hot air gun is going to get under the part, and then it'll just fly off the board like it was nothing. I don't want to mess with these diodes. Those are active diodes for the channels. I'm just putting these things on the desk. Yeah, the flat pliers used to squish the weight on. Oh yeah, biting down on it. Did I used to do that? I might have bitten down on a weight in my day. I think I would just pinch them in my hand though. I don't know what R219 is doing. That's going to the programmer. So we're going to get rid of R219. You come with me, R219. I have a few words for you in private. A good preheated board with a hot air gun, nothing stands a chance. The only problem is when you flux up your tweezers, they tend to hold on to components a little too much. So I'm like knocking them against the desk and nothing's happening. Oh, and the tweezers are hot as hell. Don't know. I think, what are those doing? Those will keep, I guess. You've got to go. So you're a big chip. You're going to get a little bit of flux. Wexo, because he saw this process going down and hated the fact that I was like burning myself while doing it, sent in a couple ceramic tipped tweezers. I have them. I don't use them. Sorry to say. That dog hair is just going to be part of this now. I don't use them. A little bit of exposure to heat never really bothered me that much. Elemental funk. I don't know what that word is. Something or other funk. It's put on. Elemental funk. It's put on. An eminence funk. There it is. Oh yeah, an eminence front. That's right. I thought it was unlimited funk until last week. I saw Severance. And then I was like, I remember that song. I love that song. Looked it up. Got a word I've never seen before. It's an eminence front. It's supposed to be something about the excess of the 80s. I looked it up. I did my homework. I figured out what the song meant. Not how it fits into the plot of a pretty Lost style show. Although I think it's going to be a little bit more definitive than Lost. The stuff keeps happening, and in Lost stuff kept happening, but it was a little bit more surreal. It never really answered any of the questions that it put forward, whereas this appears to be working towards actual answers to questions. I won't make any guarantees that it actually answers any of its own questions, but it seems like it's a little smarter than just having a mystery box. Yeah, that's old The Who. That's like the 1982. That's like the heyday of the synthesizer. And when people buy just the synthesizer and they go to the preset and they set play and they're like, whoa, that sounds cool. Let's make a song around that. And it ends up being like an internationally famous song. The last episode was crazy. I just finished the latest one. The one before that was crazy, and the one before that was crazy too. I've yet to process it. I need to watch stuff multiple times to process it. So I'm in the subreddit, like reading all the theories. Like, that's a crackpot theory. That one seems reasonable. I don't actually comment anymore because some fucker hacked my account. I had my full Twitch name as my Reddit username, and now it's deleted because it got hacked and it made some comments or something, and I sent in a trouble ticket. They could have just restored it. They could have sent me a recovery email, but nope. International criminal, oh bother, got deleted. So all I do is read. All I do is read that site, which is good for your mental health. Let's be honest. Well, no, not good for your mental, better for your mental health than actually participating in forums these days. The amount of mental fortitude one needs to participate in forums these days is well and above, beyond my own capabilities of staying sane. I think that's all the stuff we need to remove. I think we got all the stuff. But yeah, if Obother's review of Severance is that it is a smart show, I enjoy watching it. It has a lot of cool little things about it, and sort of as a whole making a statement that's below the surface while not coddling you into details. Pretty cool. They're introducing paid access soon. They've been doing that for decades. Pay.reddit is the front that I use because it used to be that if you actually paid for Reddit, you were able to use pay.reddit. And so it was a slightly better entry point. It was faster or something. Nowadays I use it because it's just like old Reddit, where if they do a site redesign to make it worse and more like a terrible website, then it's not going to affect. Is there anything installed here? Oh no, there wasn't any. I thought there were diodes here that we were avoiding. They never existed. Yeah, because I'm a big fan of the old interface, which is all text instead of the infinite scroll of short form multimedia content. I'm not going to call it brain rot to its face, but I can't stand that form of content. As a long form content creator, look at that, it's beautiful. It's like new. Just like Mama used to heat up. Unlimited funk. I'm going to start singing it like that from now on, just to piss people off. Put on. Is it not soldering? Is it me? Is it something I did? Is my iron off? What's going on here? There should be plenty of old stuff. Old Reddit? Yeah, old Reddit's the way to go. Look at that. Nothing is happening. What is going on? Something weird. I want to be careful about these pins, so I need all my heat to be here. I guess I'll put a drop of flux down. I'll just give it the benefit of the doubt here. Even though there's already plenty of flux going on in this area, we'll just flux it up just a little bit more, just to facilitate the transfer onto the solder braid. Usually that's not a problem though. The subreddit is paid membership only. Good luck with that. An option for newly made subreddits. That's not it. I love these corporate fucking things where it's not the flex you think it is. Like, they're basically just making small subreddits into a commodity, and so everybody's going to move to another platform like immediately. And so you're going to kill all of the advantage that small subreddits had. Not in their exclusivity, but just in their sort of being a little bubble of information about a very specific topic. I don't know why you would want to limit that to paid subscribers, because people simply will not pay for it. There we go. See, this is how it should go. Just a simple wipe of all the pins. No stresses or pressure at all. Very light touch. And away goes all the excess solder, and you're left with these nice smooth pads. That one looks a little rough. That'll be okay. Once they're banked until they browse Reddit. Ugh. Gotta love swimming in the flux. See, this is what everybody loves. You put down all the flux in the world, and everybody goes, flux, 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 haha, memes, ha ha ha, flux, ha ha ha. And then I get cancer. I get fucking cancer. Not like, ooh, cringe internet cancer. I mean like actual fucking cancer. Yeah, I don't like swimming in flux. I do not like it. I like to very sparingly use flux. Had to use it here because I want to have a very light touch on all of these pads, because we're relying on these pads. I don't want to have to do bodge wires on this, because the whole point of this project was to eliminate the wiring. Part of it might be that the solder is a little weird. Well, it's fucking freezing out, so I'm not going to be using ventilation much. I have a big fan on me, and I've got the window cracked, and I'm playing his favorite music. Go grease it up again. Always got to grease it up for some reason around here. Perverts. Suddenly everybody wants to flow. I think. I feel like I'm just not getting heat into this thing. I don't know why. Maybe I should be using the big tip. There it goes. It's like one surface of this iron does a really good job of heating up, and the other doesn't. Look at that. See how everything just suddenly worked? Okay, so now we clean it up with a little bit of goof off. Yeah, it could have been the solder that they used to build this board. It might be lead free, and maybe I needed to bump up the BTUs on the iron a little bit there. That can happen because the lead free solders like heat, which is not good when your FR4 is or when your copper is barely hugging your FR4, and then you bump up the heat for the leadless solder, and it ends up lifting a ton of pads from the heat. That can happen. It's something that is just absolutely devastating on lead-free solders. I am pro lead-free solder, as you can tell by my stance on flux. You know, lead is not a great thing to expose yourself to. I limit myself to the ladies. That's just me. Getting lead out of this hobby and jobby is a really good thing. Universally, I know. And again, I believe that it is a macho thing. These macho guys going, all of my shiny, pads, I love the lead. I drink lead. I have lead in my gas. I have lead in my ass. Can we leave that behind and just agree that getting the lead out is worth a little bit of a struggle with the solder sometimes? At least in the early formulations, they figured it out now. They've had 25 years to figure this stuff out. And while you need a little bit of extra temperature on the stuff, it still goes down just fine. It's you that are the unskilled one. You need to be better. So let's turn that into the new macho thing. You namby-pamby need the crutch of a lead in your solder to do it? Grow some balls. This is O'Bother being intentionally acerbic and masculine in order to promote safety in the workplace. Sometimes you got to game the system. Let people work in their own self-interest. We don't need to clean off these pads because we're not going to use them. Unleaded solder killed my Xbox 360. Xbox 360 is from that era where they were figuring out all the lead-free solders, but they've figured them out now. I personally use a hybrid 6040 solder. It is leaded, partially leaded. I didn't buy that intentionally, but it's just what I've been using for many years. And we go through solder very, very slowly. Actually, we solder stuff all day, every day, but still, I end up going through solder very slowly. So I have not been able to make the switch to lead-free. I'm sorry, I'm hiccuping and burping while I'm trying to talk to you guys. I need to mute and get a big sip of water right now while this stuff dries. Is it chip glue that was under spec? I thought it was cracking traces. Everybody's got a different story, and I guess there's probably a variety of problems that were wrong with the 360. Okay. Let's see here. How are we doing? Oh, we got lots of viewers today, too, because I'm doing soldering stuff. That's what soldering stuff does. That wasn't the message? What was the Twitch message then? Oh, the Twitch message was exactly the same, but instead this came on into both my channel and my Twitch, and it gives me a little parenthetical number 1 next to my account that says, share a clip of your favorite Twitch moments during February to earn a Share the Love badge. Boy, do I want anything less than a Share the Love badge. I love commoditizing Valentine's Day in every conceivable way. Inject that corporate-ism into my veins. Yeah, I love it. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this heatsink. This heatsink comes from, I don't even know where this heatsink came from. This thing was on 4 springs and it was cooling off some kind of a big processor. You can see there's a big square right here on it. It might have been even from a Peltier or something, but it's this great low-profile heatsink, and what I use it for is a work surface. This allows me to have a work surface that I can put down onto this healing cutting mat. And actually, I've got a new one that I need to put in here. This thing's it's all fucked up. But this is supposedly, if you're cutting a lot of stuff on the surface, it'll sort of eventually sort of go back into position and sort of seal itself up again so that you can cut in different directions on it. Not cheap, but it does give me a gray background for everything, and I'm not damaging the wood of the table. Even if the table wasn't wood, I would want to put something down. So anyway, the point of this is that this thing is sort of it's a very soft plastic. It's good for like cushioning stuff and keeping things clean and working and cutting. But what it's not good for is soldering a PCB. Very seldom do we have a thin FR4 PCB sitting down on this thing and me bringing the heat gun to it, because then it'll form a bubble where that is, and that bubble then needs to cool and settle back down. The healing mats are at estate sales for cheap. Huh. I need to find more estate sales around me. People be dying all the time, and I want their stuff. But anyway, so a little shallow heatsink for these 100 by 100 millimeter boards is a really good work surface. This will add a little bit of inertia to our Flexi PCB, and it'll keep me from flexing it. The only problem is I don't have double-sided Kapton tape. They sell that, right? I probably should have bought some of that. Let's clean this up, and then we'll figure out how we're going to attach a board to this. We can use Kapton tape on the whole thing, and that'll keep it still. I can't exactly put this into the vise because, again, it's a flexible PCB. Going to an estate sale tomorrow, hoping the oscilloscope is still there. Nice, 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 nice. All right, yeah, so let me get a Q-tip or paper towel. Paper towel and goof off should be fine. Pinter towel. I don't think glue stick would like the heat, and I think it'll leave behind residue. I know you can just wash it off, but I really want to minimize the amount of flexing that this board is going to see. I could do loops of Kapton tape that might hold it down in like 2 particular spots, or I can literally just take a piece and go. No, absolutely not. That's way too complicated. Using super glue and then releasing it with isopropyl alcohol is definitely a bad thing to do. And also, super glue does not work under heat. Remember, we're soldering to this thing, and it is not thick. Not thick at all. So that heat's going to get directly down. What am I looking for? Oh, this. Yeah, in terms of work hold down, I would need a high temperature double-sided tape. I think there's double-sided Kapton. What was that other? Oh, my neck just cracked really bad. Something that who sent me that? Twisted Sister, friend of mine from Virginia, sent me some double-sided sticky stuff. I'm gonna see if I can find that. It might be a little too strong though. I have a bunch of different 3M double-sided tapes, but again, double-sided tape isn't exactly what's called for here. Tape might not have an adhesive that can withstand heat. And that's really where Kapton tape comes in handy, is Kapton tape releases cleanly and it can withstand heat. And what I really wish I could find is copper tape that uses the same adhesive as Kapton tape. I have not been able to find it. Double-sided thermal tape. You mean thermal transfer tape? That's going to be exactly the wrong kind of stuff. I think that leaves a residue. I have some here. I have a lot of different tapes here, hidden in the mess, deep within. What do I have over here? I think one of these is, yeah, I think this one is. This is the stuff I think that Twisted Sister sent in. Possibly. I don't think this is high temperature though. God, it's already picked up dust. I don't think this is high temp. It's red. I could just put an X of this stuff down and we could solder onto that. I guess we'll try it. Let's try it. Smear down some hot glue and release it with ISO. While that is magic, again, you're not considering that we're soldering. Okay, I'm done. We're soldering directly on top of this stuff. We need something that can withstand heat. With even with the copper tape, the copper foil over Kapton tape. Find me a link, please, because I have no ability to find that. I've not been able to find that at all. I want that, and I've searched for that, and I've not been able to find it. If it's an industrial price thing, then maybe I found it and I gave up the search. CaptainTapes.com. Let me see. Copper-clad Captain Tape. I mean, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Literally on that site. Why is it not opening? Hold on. Oh, because this stuff was expensive as shit. Yeah, this is, I can't even buy this stuff. I have to contact Mr. Jason, Miss Lulu, Mr. Tom, or Mrs. Sasa. This is like fucking. This is as corporate as it gets, huh? Yeah, I can't find this stuff to buy for me in a reasonable price. Foil tape, adhesive on both sides, cleans easily with IPA. Double-sided thermal tape. You guys are suggesting all this stuff. All I need is... I think it's probably not hard to find double-sided Captain tape, but trying some of the stuff that I just have on hand. The double-sided tapes that I have would not be able to withstand this heat of soldering. And with the foil tape, they have a conductive adhesive, right? Because they're like, it's copper tape, it conducts. That's not like the primary property that I'm looking for in it. I would love to have that copper-clad Captain for a reasonable price because I can repair stuff with it. When you use that copper tape, the copper, what is it, copper foil tape, that's the stuff that they use for like stained glass art and stuff. When you apply heat to that, the adhesive turns into what is ostensibly a soup. So if you have a little square piece of the foil tape attached to what you're repairing, like your circuit board, and you try to solder it, it will start walking all over the place because the adhesive is completely ineffective at those temperatures. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen to this little strip when we start working with it. But yeah, this discussion is always the same when I talk about my ideal tape, my ideal Captain tape for repair. I can get double-sided, and I should have that on hand. I'll look up some of that stuff when I get done streaming. But then the alternative is me mentioning, yeah, see, there you go, $160 for a 2-inch wide, 48-foot roll. Whereas I can get copper tape for super cheap, and I can get Captain tape for super cheap as well, right? I can get this for super cheap. I can get the copper stuff. It's out of range. I can't pick it up right now for super cheap. Why are we not super cheap mixing the two? Very annoying. I don't want to pay $160 for a roll and then not realize how much I'm wasting. Because it would be a very good repair asset around here. If I needed to like fix a trace, I could make a trace out of it. I could make a surface mount. Like a little house for a surface mount resistor. Cute little area it's allowed to exist in. Make a little surface mount resistor. This is your new home. This is the worst part about these double-sided tapes. Is first of all, the dog hair. That's pervasive in everything that I do now. Second of all, getting the backing to peel up. Oh, that was good. That was beautiful. I lived for that shit. Next one. I can say the keyboard is not a total emergency, so we're going to make progress on this thing fairly slowly because I want to bring you guys in with all of the stuff that I'm doing and explain myself. If we do not finish today, we will resume it on Tuesday. Possibly, and I'm not saying there's good chance for it. Actually, no, there's bad chance for it because I need to tech my whole system. Currently working on E. Man, that stuff... Listen, that stuff isn't legal. So, like, while, yeah, more power to you. I'm sure that's awesome. Maybe don't share with us that you're making illegal drugs in your basement. Just keep that between, hey, yeah, you're doing good. It's fine. What are you working on? Oh, my God, my dog. In the background of me saying that, trying to keep a straight face for that bit, all I'm hearing in the background is, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm working on E. There's a bygone era of memes. The Gen Z memes. E. It's stupid. That's why I love it. All right, minimum flexing on this thing. I want to be careful of the board. And we're just putting it down on top of these 2 pieces of flexi tape, or 2 pieces of tape that'll hopefully hold it still while we work on it, because we're only working on this part of it right here, this stuff here. So now that thing is attached. Etching my own board as a challenge. Oh man. It's I've done it before as a kid, and I never want to do it again. My disdain for the chemicals that you use. 0.3 was too small of a trace width. These boards, this one and the mixer, are using 0.2. So while that is an impressive size, I don't fault you for not being able to rival a professionally printed circuit board. This is 0.2. The power trace, this one going here, this is 0.3. That's 0.3. It's okay to use 0.3. Actually, this one might be 2.5. This one might be 0.3. The big power trace. Yeah, it's okay to use big traces. I drew the circuit with Sharpie and etched with ferric chloride. You drew a line this small with Sharpie? I'm impressed. That wasn't sarcasm or disbelief. I am genuinely impressed. But yeah, these. Could you imagine drawing this? No thanks. I'm good. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm happy that the computers are here to do this for me. Oh, as a kid, I did with a. Oh yeah, with the Sharpie. Yeah. I guess nowadays you can use the printer. I can't believe they put this in here. Didn't I specify not to put the part number in? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I told them it was okay, but I didn't think they would put it in like a major area when I've got these huge open areas that they could have put it in. They could have put it over there. And like I was ready to specify where they could put their part number. I had a little note that said shove it up your ass. No, they could have put their part number under this. Oh, one thing we're going to have to check is that these line up to the proper pads. These are very important. There are certain pins that you can't access from the Pico Pi. Certain pins, and the certain pins are the reset button on these test points, the reset button, the USB inputs, and then a ground. So ground, USB D- and D+, and then the reset button. And those are these, flips over, lines up. Might have been a good idea to kind of line it up first, huh? Before I solder this thing down. Oh well, bygones be bygones. We're just going to try it and see if it works. Oh, that's because there's one thing of tape under this. This whole thing, it rocks back and forth a little bit. It should be totally flat on here, but it's got it like, oh boy. This will be fun. Okay. Well, pin by pin, I guess we're going to solder this thing down and just deal with whatever happens in the end. I guess we can peel it up partially and take a look. This is the Max 309, I believe. It's a specialty part. I have it because I worked on a brain imager project for my, I don't want to explain the entire thing, but for my summer internship in high school. Because my mother had connections with the lab. I have a piece of tape in my hair now. Oh, that's really deep in my scalp. Maybe we'll wait until tomorrow to get that one out. Because my mother had connections with this lab that she worked at her whole life, I got the summer internship working on their hardware, the hardware for this brain scanning probe. It's probably why I'm so dumb and I got tape in my hair just now. But I ended up working on a surface mount version of that imager probe, and I bought parts and I priced it out and everything, and then it never really worked in the end. It never came to fruition. I didn't have time to work on the hardware anymore because it was the whole internship designing it, and then the very end of my summer was building it, and I wasn't good at it back then. So anyway, I ended up with a lot of parts in my parts bin. And so these are part of those. These are analog muxes. They switch between lines. And I've just got a ton of them left over. This is never going to come out. This is fucked. Hold on. If I peel little bits of hair away from it, just a little bit at a time. Baking some baking soda to use as the developer. Sodium hydroxide eats the exposed layer off. Okay, well, baking soda is not so bad. I drew this, yeah, the etching with ferric chloride is crazy. And you have to use like an aquarium heater. The extremely smart and talented O'Bother got a piece of double-sided tape very close to his scalp because he went to swoosh his hair back and it was a little piece stuck to his finger. And so now he has to methodically peel his hair away from the adhesive of the tape so that he can separate a minimal amount of hair to pull out in order to remove the double-sided adhesive. Didn't get it. No, it's still there. It's all flattened out. This is maybe where a comb would come in handy. This is true cinema. I hate you. I'm getting a comb. We're going to comb this out. This is going to hurt. No, it's still there. How are there still like tons of hair follicles? I thought I peeled them all off. Oh, almost there. All right, I think I'm gonna have to take the sacrifice play and maybe use the scissors. No, I think I got it mostly actually. All right. Ouch. That is really... There, I got a lot of it there. Whew. That's it. That's the piece of tape. This is ridiculous. True Friday evening entertainment. Watch a streamer comb a piece of tape out of their hair that didn't have to be there in the first place. I got it. That got the whole thing. Oh, that was ace. Okay, so when you're playing around with stuff on your desk, make sure that your hands don't have little tiny squares of tape in it when you do that. Because I did this, and so it injected that piece of tape to here. Don't have enough hair there to worry about that. Well, there's an advantage, I guess. That means in a fight, nobody can pull your hair. Okay, anyway, back to reality. I feel for you guys. I am very much not going bald to the degree where I have to get a haircut. All right, so we've got the muxes in here that were just left over from that project that I've used in the other keyboard. So we know they work. I just have to make sure to get the right part number down on that. These are NPNs, and those are just jelly bean parts that I have lying around. What do we have? We have decoupling capacitors. We're just going to use 0.1 off, even though we should use larger values. And then 1K for the other components. So most of the stuff is ready to go. We'll just have to do a little bit of part searching. Let's get this thing down. I don't have good alignment marks on this. We just have to make sure our little amogus are centered on the pad in both dimensions as much as possible. Downside is sunburn on the scalp. I probably have a very white head right now. But I really need to get a haircut. I'm got to schedule that. I'm bad at doing that kind of stuff. I'm barely functional enough to pick up my own prescriptions, which is what I did today. I feel very accomplished. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but let's put the amogus in line, and let's anchor opposing pins on either side of the board. So what I'll do is I'm just going to solder this one, but then I'll heat it up and rotate. Yeah, well, it's not a contest, all right? Probably should preheat that a little bit. But anyway, we're going to use that as an anchor. We're going to come down over here to this pin. You can see I've tilted it just a little bit. That is not an alignment circle. I don't really have alignment tools on this. So I'm going to heat up that other pad, and we're just going to rotate this into place. And then, I don't know, I mean, I feel like I should be aligning it on the other side because I've got those 4 pinholes that need to align and solder. But I don't want to peel this off of the double-sided tape and risk hurting the board. So we're going to leave it like this. If it messes up, then I'll just have to correct it in the ways that I know, or we'll get out another piece of the stuff and do it again. But I think there's a little bit of wiggle room in that, so I should be okay. I replaced the AD9288 ADC chip in the scope meter I was talking about. It works, which means it was that chip. And man, okay, listen, fucking jealous of all you people being able to actually repair stuff. I'm sitting here on 2 M303s that refuse to actually function no matter what chips I replace. I don't know what it is. It can't be me. I don't think it's me. Is it me? Maybe it's me. Make sure solder covers everything. I don't know how strong these pads are. I really don't. What's a good amount of solder for this? Well, okay, there we go. So it has to look like it's kind of flowing up into the amogus. So it doesn't look sus. I'm sorry. My brain is wired in a certain way. I know it's Theseus's M303, but I have to repair these because Dave and the viewer, who I've kept anonymous, trusted me with their wonderful, expensive hardware. And under the pretense that if I am unable to fix them, I might as well just keep it because they have no other avenue to fix it. And I don't like that. I don't like that because if I end up not fixing it, what do I then do? Do I sneakily in the background end up fixing it and then I become the next Carl Cox? I don't want that to happen. This feels like it's a little too far over to the right. The left, rather. I guess it's as close as I can get it humanly. So in the end, I'm going to end up fixing these M303s for these people for free because it's content and it's taken a couple streams where I've been like, all right, let's work on the M303s again. But they're starting to get really frustrating. And I'm sorry to the people who sent in their hardware because it was very nice of you to do so. And I really appreciate it. It's very relevant to the stuff that I've wanted to do and analyze and figure out and learn. And I've been able to learn it on the back of your hardware, but I have not been able to fix them yet. And so I'm really kind of feeling the heat of that. It's okay, don't OCD it. But the reason I'm OCDing it is because I've got the blind holes on the back of this thing that need to line up. Like this is fine. This offset is fine for soldering the outward pins of this thing, but I'm worried about the pins that are on the other side. Lining up to those. We'll see. We'll have to see. Currently in the phase of growing out hair again. Yeah, your previous haircut was fucking legendary. Holy shit. Copper got like feet and feet of hair cut off of his self. Hopefully his head. I don't judge. These are weird. These are weird to solder too. And there's no coating on the board too, so we don't get that initial like wetting of solder onto the pins. Maybe just holding heat a little longer. he's got the Jesus hair. Is this connected to ground? No. Okay. No, my hair is a little weird. It's coming in weird as long hair, so I'm not gonna grow it out much longer. Get a nice clean cut out of it. I would like to just go to them and be like, my head is a canvas, make me look good. But then I'll probably end up with like one of those broccoli haircuts. The keyboard of Theseus, yeah. This one, I'm not in danger of keyboard of Theseus because I'm still using the same switches and the same like substrate. I would like to reskin the whole keyboard so that it has like a wooden, like a clamshell of wood that fits around it, kind of like a Nokia cell phone, but instead of using clips to hold it together, I would use magnets so that if I do spill something on it, I can just Hulk it. I can Captain America, rip it apart with my bare hands, and then clean out let the inside dry and everything, clean it out. That's a CNC project. So eventually, when I get my CNC up and running, I would like to get a piece of burl wood, which is not all that expensive, and as long as I can fit the keyboard's profile inside of that burl wood, I can make a pretty snappy looking surround for the keyboard. Burl wood might be a little bit much. I think it would look good though. That one is not happy to solder down, huh? Yeah, it would be held together with maggots. Not red hat people, I mean the actual bug. I don't know which larva I'd be using, but that's what I have to install in all of those little bother remotes too, the ones I have strewn about the desk. My soldering iron decided to turn itself off because it seems to think I'm soldering in bed in the middle of the night. Come on. I don't like how much solder this is taking. The next iteration of this, I'm definitely taking this chip. And maybe not this clock, maybe this clock, I don't know. What frequency was this one versus the keyboard? Where's the keyboard one? I've lost it because it's just in a random spot on the bench. Did I put it over here with all the parts? Yeah, here it is. That's actually not a bad crystal to solder. It's got four giant pads to solder to. They're both 12. And actually, if that's the case, I'm going to put this one in my bins. Which bin though? What are the pump clocks? Wait a minute. I have clocks from my insulin pumps, my Omnipods. What frequencies are those? Caps, triac, dual shot key, that's a weird one. 4148s, 10Ks, and F beads. Not quite. 80 megahertz? Well, 12 was written on both of them, so they're both 12 megahertz. Oh, here are blank bins. I might as well just put this one in a blank bin. Actually, wait. Let's hold out for a clock bin. I think there's a clock specific one. References, Hall sensors. Here's resonators. 8 megahertz, 3.6 something or other. Weird. 20, no. 15, no. 16 is close, but that's resonators. ATS 100BS. Oh, I never learned what those are. 80 megahertz. Those are big too. And that's a JFET. Okay, never mind. We don't have anything relevant in the bins. Hold on, we're still looking. Optical isolators, Max 308s. Oh, Max 309. Let's check to see what chip we need. For that, I think I need to go to MS Paint. MS Paint. Oh yeah. File. And then code 10 keyless Sonics. There's 2. Try that one. I guess that's okay. Max what? 30? Oh, it doesn't tell me. I should have specified. I'll look up Max 309. Max 309. There we go. They put the 2 together. It's one data sheet for both of them, which is kind of annoying because they're kind of different from one another. The 308 is what I need. Max 308. Wait, double check that. Yeah, 308. 8 switches instead of 4. Oh boy. So in the future, we're going to make sure to use a digital mux and I will save my remaining 2 analog muxes. Perhaps I decommission the other board, but these are the last ones that I have, and they're Maxim integrated circuits, so they're expensive. I only have 2 left. I'll have to save those for something analog. Oops, well, that was a bad noise. Bunch of bins settling down in here. All right, that should be good. I should take the pine sill out of my desk so I quit being tempted to solder in my bedroom. I mean, sometimes the lab has to be where it has to be, but yeah. Oh yeah, we never found the crystal bin or the surface mount parts bin, but that is a useful crystal. So I'm going to put that like way over. I'll put it in a bottle cap. We'll just hold on to that. Hopefully it doesn't find its way out of that bottle cap, because that's a useful crystal. I could potentially use it for an RP2040 board. I don't like the inconsistency of the soldering over here. Oh great, I just caught the edge and bent this. Now that's permanently bent a little bit. We can fix that later. Okay, so going over here, still soldering down all of these pins. It is a major pain in the butt. If we did just the chip on a Flexi PCB, it would just be up to me to put some solder paste down and then do it with hot air. Like, I don't know the minimal amount of solder to use, and it's not necessarily coating things properly. It'd be much more professional if I just did the chip on the board, huh? Then I wouldn't need the muxes. Well, we can start designing that at some point soon. I do want to get this working in the keyboard, because I want to have a spare keyboard, and I want my 10 keyless back on the streaming PC, so I have a little bit more room to type. I got big hands, you know? You know, of all the things, of all the childish things, I didn't expect to have accidentally gotten a piece of tape in my hair. That's some grade school stuff right there. That's what that is. That's kindergarten. You learn, don't get tape in your hair. And you're like, you can't tell me what to do. And you're like, oh, this is actually terrible. And I understand why now. I have been advised not to get tape in my hair. Turns out they're speaking a truth from the heart. You know, I'll get this running, and at some point, maybe this will have priority again. It moved a little bit. It's off by a little bit. That's going to be trouble. That's going to be trouble when this thing is crooked. And it'll turn out that none of my holes on the other side line up with anything. That's going to be trouble. Maybe I should have done those first. These are like the power input pins and stuff. These are kind of important. All right. Our goal with the first circuit board is to get it working no matter what. And work we will. There we go. You see how that suddenly flowed and everything's sort of wetted down? That means that it's using the whole pad. So I load up a bit of solder up there, and then I go down here to the pad, and then I wait for this to suddenly go, which it's not doing. Oh, maybe we got the whole pad. No, there it went. Oh, okay, never mind. All of my techniques are wrong. It seems like mildly out of focus. No, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. I have seen streamers not care about the focus of their cameras. It is so insulting. It's so bad. Come on. I guess it's not going to do it. That should fall down into the hole. Come on. guilty of out of focus. Don't do it, man. This does seem mildly out of focus. Hold on. Now, it's just the focal length is extremely small. So like the top of the board here might be in focus while the bottom of the board isn't. Microscopes. This is so far off, it really worries me. To the point where I might actually pull it off and take a look. I wonder what that transistor is. What's that transistor doing there? Yeah, the other thing about running my own RP2040 on the board is do I have to include an EEPROM in it too to make it function the same way? These are off by a little bit. That's really bugging me. Why are they off by so much? What do they know that I don't? Oh, here's part of the problem. That's not putting enough heat in there. I think the heatsink might be bleeding off a lot of my heat. Maybe I should have put like a layer of Kapton tape down or something. I'm sure if I bring this off of the heatsink, it'll solder much more easily. Although this is soldering just fine for what it is. But I think maybe a little insulator. Or if we brought the silicon mat out and I taped it to the mat instead of a... Well, then I wouldn't be able to maneuver it. A bit of metal gives it a little bit of inertia so that I can work the iron against it and it doesn't walk all over the place. Come on, lots of heat. Lots of heat. Come on, iron. What do I pay you for? That's as good as it's going to get, I guess. Insulation. Look at how far off these are. Oh, God. What have I done? I've already committed to this. Ready? This is what should happen. And then it goes bloop. It didn't go bloop. Where's my bloop? You gonna bloop? Come on. I'm blooping. Nothing. All right. It seems like the silk screen is actually lined up, but the pads aren't. Is it a pad error? Is it a silk screen error? I thought it was a solder mask error. I thought it was a solder mask error. 2 Amogus left. Come on. Guess it's all right. I have to realize that I am adding a lot of solder with this thing. Okay. There we are. So with that done, I would like to look underneath and see, because I don't want to build the whole board, which is only a couple more parts, and then realize that this thing has been soldered so poorly that I need to do like a major rework on it. It is down, you know, hey, it's attached. Now to peel it off, I'm not going to just rip it off. I'm going to go low and close to the board to try to get this thing to separate as humanely as possible without ripping up its pads or bending this thing permanently. So it's basically just using my tweezers as a little tiny wedge to get in there and just peel around the double-sided tape. It looks like it's really kind of hanging on there. Tape might be a little bit too good. I probably should have put some finger oil down on it first. Yeah, that's not going to help, is it? Uh-oh, this stuff is very sticky. It's one thing to get it out of your hair. It's another to actually get it to peel up. That is easily going to damage stuff. Yeah, this stuff is too sticky. Oh, there's some bending there that I did not like. Too sticky. All right, so did we line up with these? Yeah, there's a whole like bend line on that now. God, that's terrible. That's all right. This is just a test board, but now we need to see I see copper through all of the pads, so I guess they're okay. And this left a lot of residue. So I think I'm going to take this one as a mulligan. Should I use hot air to remove it? I guess I can, well, actually, I can just flex the PCB away to remove them. So we're gonna do over that whole thing. That is a wasted board. The tape was too sticky. Didn't like it. Bad results. Let's reset. So my whole goal here, since this one is a mulligan, I'm pulling this one away. Yeah, look at how sticky that is. Wow. Okay, so this tape is out. This stuff sucks. It's not even coming off of the heatsink clean. I think my best bet is to use Captain tape and just tape it straight down. And I'm going to use Goof Off to get the rest of this stuff off of here. This stuff is too sticky. It's good tape. Yeah, let's just erase the past, like, what was it, hour of work? Let's just forget that it ever happened. I'll get a better alignment on the new one. We'll all go home happy. I got 3 more of these. I wanted to get 2 in the end. I don't have to. Out of the 5 boards that I got, if I get 1 working circuit, that's still okay. Because then I can do the RP2040 version of the circuit as the next one. Because the next one requires me to peel up a bunch of ultraviolet epoxy to get that done. So I need the paper towel. That's sitting here in the wings. And I need the Goof Off for more orange flavored goodness. A little bit of acetone nobody can really stand up to. Oh yeah, that stuff's good. Look at that. Did pretty good. Did okay. Let's try another surface. All right. Scrape it. Scrape it. Use hot air on it. I don't know. That cleans it up just fine. Gotta keep my fingies away. Still some residue. That stuff was particularly sticky. It's anodized aluminum, so we can use some pretty harsh stuff. Custom Flex PCBA, yep. And it's really good. My traces are about 0.2 millimeter. I think smaller than that. I'll have to check. We used Fusion 360 to design the board, hence the couple of sponsored streams that I was able to get out of that. And they turned out really well. They're pretty damn good. We can see how strong the pads are in just a second here. That's not the right one. There you go. So if I like try to rip this away, I mean, that gave in, but it took a lot of force. It took quite a bit of force to get that to peel away. So that's pretty strong. So all of these in conjunction with one another are pretty good. But if you get like a runaway bit of mechanical force, that was like Gorilla Tape, like peeling Gorilla Tape off of the roll. That's about how much force I got out of that. Not duct tape, Gorilla Tape. It was a little stronger than that. So that one goes in the garbage. Let's clean up all these pads. I'm going to use hot air, not hot air. I'm going to use air to do it. And I probably can put this in the vise in some fashion so that I can actually get these pads clean. At least they'll be nice and tinned now for the next one. Why is it always so dark in here? What's going on with my light? I have so many light sources, and yet we can never see what we're doing. I I guess my lamp was kind of moved out of the way. Here we go. I don't know why that's so tough to focus on. What's going on here? And then I've always got huge shadows in the way. Maybe I just need to change my perspectives a little bit and come at things from different angles. Here's air and tweezers. So now I've just got pads sitting on these, so I can just heat them up, peel them off, and then we'll come back with the desoldering plunger thingy. Desolder gun. Not a gun though. Kind of like in paintball, you call them markers, because they're for marking. They're not for gunning, I guess. You know, they're shaped kind of similar to a gun, if you ask me. Flex PCB assembly, no. No, I'm doing it myself. How much is assembly for stuff? Because I never use assembly. It's kind of like the reward for building a cool PCB is that you can assemble it yourself. I should be doing this from the other side. If it's just SMD, it's not bad at all. Is that just because they have machines doing it? Like no human hand will ever touch this thing. I am no man. No, don't go to the other side. Give me the pad. Damn it. Heating it up from this side is tough. It's hard to kind of get in and get the heat in. Maybe I do need to do this from the other side. I guess I do need to do it from the other side. Let's get the ones that I missed over here. I want to try and send out a board design. I have this large servo motor I built because I had a bag of 24 DC geared motors to play with. I could have a lot of fun with something like that. Some of those art projects where it's like 50 servos doing something. I made 2 by hand, but it would be cool to have a custom board made up. Yeah, those are always, it's those repetitive tasks. It's always nice to have like a board made. Oh my God, will my dog shut up already? She is going ham at the door for some reason. It's probably like an old guy walking a dog. That's what it always is. It's an old man walking a dog. And she's like, not on my watch. She's got to get all up in there and bark and bark and bark. But that's what we signed up for with a corgi. That's what they do. They are vocal little dogs. Cute as a button. Loud as a button. Are buttons loud? I guess so, in my experience. This one looks like it took multiple layers with it. Huh. Alright, so that's that side mostly removed. I guess I could do the same thing over here and come in from the side and just peel them up. Yeah, that's actually working much better. Much faster, too. But then you gotta scrape this off. Blech. Blech, blech, blech. Motion at the front door. Oh my God, maybe that's what she was barking at this whole time. Jeez. Why is it so active out there on a Friday? What the hell is everybody up to? Go home. Leave me alone. Let my puppy nap. I posted pictures on the Discord. We had the neighbors over and they brought their corgis, because the reason we have a corgi is this neighbor that we know very well. And she's a wonderful person. And so all of the corgis got to play, although the one did not like playing. Emma is very old and she does not like kids. So she would get in the other two's playing and be like, stop it, stop playing. It's like, dude, they're just having a good time. 5 inches by 3 inches by 2 inches. It's big for a servo. That's kind of cool though. I do have a video of the servo doing debugging. Let me see the size of these mystical, magical C-stretching servos that everybody's talking about. Oh, I gotta cut and paste because this chat client doesn't allow me to click. Wait, oh, that's a used link. Did we see these before? No, we did not. That's the servo? That thing is huge. That's a really special one too. That's cool. What would I do with something like, oh my God, there's some cool stuff you could do with a project like that. That's for sure. That could be a really fun, like, big art project. What I've been thinking about doing, just because I have all of my wheels for my car stored up high in the garage, I was thinking, like, what's the state of electric winches? Can I get a cheapo electric winch and put, like, I don't know, one of my little drone motors on it as a servo, but, well, not really as a servo, just as a motor. It's a 3-phase motor. Power it with a DeWalt battery pack and put it into, like, a gearbox. I think I could do that. I have to find, like, a NEMA style enclosure for it, but these drone motors that I have are pretty generic. They're maybe not as wide as they could be for getting torque, but if I could get it to power like a little handheld winch, then it would be really useful for when I'm on this rickety ass ladder from the 80s, getting my wheels down from somewhere. I mean, a winch with a gearbox that had some kind of a reduction on it and a flywheel would be good too, because then you put the wheel on it and it lowers slowly and then have it come back up slowly. I don't know. I was thinking steering a lawnmower. That's a pretty cool one. That's a pretty cool one. I would want to, like, if you got a whole big box full of them, oh man, I would want to do something crazy. Do like a hex walker with like a throne on it that you can sit down on. Let's put that aside. There's all kinds of sticky crap all over the desk. I really should never have used that tape. 30 motors? Holy. Oh yeah, you should definitely make like a millipede that you can ride. There's all kinds of like motion software for that sort of thing, I think. That's so cool. That's such a resource. So I need to figure out a way to get these pads off of the end of the soldering iron better. I mean, that's a paper towel, though. That's just going to immediately burn. Yeah, see, all that does is burn. I don't want a burnt paper towel all over the place. I also built a small conveyor belt and an automatic dog feeder. What about, like, the Robot Wars trophy? You ever see that? Look up the Robot Wars trophy. If I just kind of like wipe it on the paper towel, I think that's working okay. These are the weird things that we end up doing when we screw up and solder something badly. Use the wrong kind of tape. These are the trials and tribulations of Oh Bother and the things he decides to take on in his life. Getting there. The what was that? The thing that was posted in the Discord where the guy made a glow-in-the-dark conveyor belt in order to show different motion mechanisms. That servo that you have would seem to be perfect for that kind of task, because you could put a big pulley above and below it, and then it would function like it would be hidden inside of the conveyor belt. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know what else you could do with it. That's such a cool freaking servo. I miss having connections like that, where they're like, yeah, we're throwing this all out. It's like, holy shit. That's where I got my giant linear servo from, and I need 5 more opportunities exactly like that so that I can build a giant motion rig that can chuck you around like a sack of potatoes. I have one. What do you do with one giant linear servo? That's like a 300-volt linear servo. I do not know. Maybe one day I can make my robot arm 3D printer where the nozzle stays completely stationary and a robot arm moves the bed. Be a good use of one of those big industrial eBay robot arms. Oh my god, that was very annoying. It's a 360 servo. Oh, so you could use it as like a motor for something too. My dog will not shut up. I don't know what's going on outside. Probably nothing. I'm looking to see if there's any pads left over. There's one. So I've removed all the pads. Now I need to remove all the solder from these. Very annoying. I can either use up a bunch of desoldering braid, or I can try to use the air desoldering thing. I could use the air desoldering thing with the trigger on it that plugs into the wall. I don't really like that one though, and I think it might lift the pads eventually, because that thing has terrible temperature control. I need to like make a controller for it or something. It's very good at reworking like through-hole boards. If I have a sacrificial through-hole board and I'm trying to get parts off of it, that thing works great. But if it's a surface mount board like this, and I want to preserve my beautiful pads, it's not a good fit. It's really not a good fit. It'll work on like half of them, and then the other half it'll damage. That is cool hardware. I have 4 100-pound linear actuators lying around. No feedback, but I could add it. So, I mean, for 100 pounds, you could do 1 in each corner. You wouldn't have as good control though, where you have like, because you need, oh geez, sorry, I'm hiccuping and burping a lot. I apologize for that. Every time I try to say something, it's all broken up because I'm a fat ass. Anyway, but you could have 1 in each corner, but that could only do like that. It could lift me, but not super fast. Yeah. It's really when you get 6 that you're able to do like turning and complex motions like that. All right, we need to desolder all of these. Putting it on this is going to cool it off too quickly. So I think I'm going to do overhang from this. Tape is everywhere. I'm really getting annoyed with the amount of tape that I keep finding everywhere. 3 for tilt and 1 for spin. Maybe. That's a pretty limited number of them, but I guess you could. That means you need like a pretty beefy turntable on the... You'd be basically 3 of them as lifts on the turntable, and then 1 is the spin. I don't know. So I'm not desoldering the ones that are touching the vise, because the vise will lift all of the heat away. I'm going to do these on the ends, and we're going to use this thing. I've been on for 45 minutes. Hey, you don't got to announce yourself at all. I love the lurkers. They hold this show together. Little do they know. And the VOD watchers too. Is that really going to work, or am I going to break this board? Is this going to bounce back and damage the board? Do I need to use... Actually, I do need to use desoldering braid. But actually, the braid will last longer if I do this. So I'm going to do this and then use the braid on it in order to completely minimize the amount of solder that's under the board. I do not want this to lift from the pad because there's a little wobble of solder under there. So I will be coming at this and mostly desoldering it with the free-ish to use suction pump, a little Swedish penis pump, and then I'll come back with desoldering braid and get the rest. They're covered in flux because I used a lot of my solder on it, so they're very cooperative. I don't need to add flux. People seem to think you need to be bathing in this stuff in order to do this kind of work, but nope. How's my shot? My shot is completely out of focus, of course. Of course it is. Everything's got to be always out of focus. It's just how things work. It doesn't look that good, does it? You had a proper I had Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets. That's why I am burping. Pepper X sludge added to chicken nugget sauce. That's actually a better idea, and that's what I should be doing, is getting plain chicken nuggets and then adding the spicy stuff of my choice to the sauce. I actually got an ancho and morita sauce again, another one of those 3-packs of that stuff. It's not very spicy, but it is very flavorful. Love that stuff. So what I should do is probably get like ranch dipping sauce, or just do my own ranch and add that morita sauce to it, and then I have perfectly flavorful chicken nuggets. I haven't enjoyed chicken nuggets lately, though, especially the ones that I got. It's just like eating wood nowadays. It's like wood with like a sponge in it. Gotta love how cheap everything's become these days, right? Love it. Absolutely a fan. My thumb is gonna fall off. Yeah, this is the Engineer SSO2. Sorry, I'm looking down right now with Mark 1 eyeballs. I don't have chat in front of my face. That's something we need to work on, is either putting it on an old school green dot matrix screen from an IBM machine, putting chat on there, using a Raspberry Pi to put chat on there. I'm not going to do like Uo's Lab and do it like in console, because I'd like to be able to see emotes and stuff like that, even if it's monochrome, but it'll look cool on that display. Have a heads-up display. Take the backing off of an LCD screen and put it on the side of the camera thing that I use, so that I have so that when I'm looking with Mark 1 eyeballs, I have like a screen sticking off the side of this thing that I can look through, and it'll have like chat text on it. Lurk because I have no life. No, it's the chatters that have no life. I could do that. I could actually do that, because Flatchly Gonad has code that will get his bot onto Twitch API, and then it will run text. For my setup personally, I want Node-RED to be the broker of everything. So Node-RED gets on the Twitch API, and then it'll divvy out tasks and stuff. So chat I could be sending to multiple different devices. And so one of the devices, if I really feel like making something crazy, could be like an LCD display. It would be better if it was like an OLED display, because then the characters would light up, right? And then you would be able to look through it. I don't know if I could peel it off cleanly, though. But those OLED display, OLED display, no backing. Yeah, so you can see through them. To a degree. What the heck? To a degree, you can see through these OLED displays. So it would be pretty cool to have you look through that and chat's just in front of you on that. I don't know if there are see-through, let's see. See-through e-ink. Oh, I'm sure that device actually exists in real life. That one just displays Canada, so I can't use it as an American. I'm not allowed to. I have to call it something stupid like the Goatsy of Mexico or whatever. Okay, I don't see anything for clear, like see-through e-ink displays. E-inks are pretty cool, though. Chicken nuggets were from Burger King. I don't know what Burger Kings are like. Their buffalo sauce is a good start. I don't trust anything from fast food places, to be honest. Adding something that's similar to what is called tincture. I've heard that word used, and I just don't know where to use it. Stop giving me ideas. I don't have enough time to finish the ones I already started. Welcome to my life. I live in that. That's what I live in, that kind of noise. Can you just rip apart an LCD? That's what I was saying, but you were the one that wanted to take it to the next level and add all this shit to it. Yeah, it's a problem when I hang out with other people who know just enough to be kind of a pest or a pestilence towards progress by being a little bit too ideasy. Yeah, I've known people like that in my life. I've had bosses like that. Well, tincture is a different word. That's not specific to pepper. That's used outside of hot pepper circles. Alchemy is really where you find it. Alchemy and chemistry, I guess. Chemistry is alchemy. This is alchemy. Basic with a touch of wild wonder. I catch bullets in my molars, body slam boulders, and take flight with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I'm a dreamer. Maybe I should go away. You should watch the fake TED Talk where the guy is like, I'm an ideas guy. You see, we take two things we don't like. Trash and gas. What if we made gas out of trash? That actually was a thing. They would burn the trash or something and put it through a particular process that would extract hydrocarbons from the whole thing. Well, whatever happened to that? Trash gas. You know what? Honestly, I don't want to increase my ability to tolerate spicy foods. I don't swim in those circles. I already have a decently high tolerance of spice. But at a certain, well, everybody has their point at which it turns into flavorless pain. I've coached mine to be pretty high. I think I'm good with where it is. But the word tincture, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I've only seen it spelled, but that is not specific to hot spices. My thumb is going to fall off of my hand, and it will not be able to run away. It would like to, but it will fall off, and then it'll have no energy at all because this thing has a big spring in it. Oh, later, Strachan. Has a big old spring in it, and I'm resetting it every single time. It's really yeah, it's at a certain point you're like, it's okay not to challenge myself. I don't need that challenge. Sun goes up, you forget. Do. Almost there. I slipped. Sometimes you end up doing repetitive tasks. What can I say? Welcome to my world. We used too strong of tape on that, on the previous version, or on the previous board that we tried to assemble. Last, Miles is raiding with a party of 61 individuals. Bloody snot. It's the red sauce version, and it's incredibly good also. Is that we were talking Ancho well, no, not on, well, Lawn Dog was talking about like super de-duper hot sauces, and he used the word tincture, which is not specific to hot sauces. I think maybe the hot sauce community has sort of taken that word and made it their own. But tincture is like something in alchemy, right? It's like the alcohol solution of a concentrated thing. We just desoldered all the pins on an RP2040. So my thumb, you can see by the amount of vascular nonsense going on, all the blood is rushing to this muscle cluster right here, the one that operates the thumb, our thummy thumb. You can see, look at that. Welcome to Biology 101. When you start using a muscle repetitively, the vascular structures dilate and you get more blood over there and you get more heat. But yeah, we were talking about hot sauces a little bit. A Lawn Dog is an aficionado, knows a lot of stuff. I am not that much of an aficionado. I know what sauces I like, and I like trying different stuff, but the one that I really like is an ancho and morito. Do you have wick? Yeah, the next step is to take wick to this. I was using that thing because I didn't want to use up. There's a lot of solder there. I wanted to take the bulk of the solder with the sucker, and now the wick I can use to make these pins flat again because we've got a flexible PCB. We bought a flexible PCB from JLC PCB. This cost me about $30 to $40 for 5 of these, and it's a 100 by 100 millimeter limitation. I decided to put the entire RP2040 on this thing. I probably shouldn't have, actually, to be honest. These RP2040s, you can get the chip for $1. So I could have put the chip down, put the clock down, put an EEPROM down, and then probably I would have had enough accoutrements to run this thing on its own without, again, the talk about having spicy food. I had Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets, which are causing me to burp about every other paragraph. So in the middle of talking, I'll go, and then, oh yeah, the ATP breakage is also causing an influx of heat in the area. That is correct. Yes. Cool stuff though, like to see that actual biology play out. Look at that. Neat. And by the way, you can see the vast vascular highways that they use to extract a pint of my blood every couple of months. I have a high iron content in my blood, and so it's pretty much a genetic thing. It's in my family. My aunt had that diagnosed as being potentially a thing, so I had a little blood work done, and they were like, yeah, you got to give blood every now and then. Well, I think I'm capable of giving blood now, but before I wasn't able to give blood, so I had to go into like the infusion ward, and they would hook me up to just a horse needle, and they would drain a whole bag of blood, and then they look me in the eye and go, see this, your blood, the blood of your life? It's fucking worthless. And they'd throw it in the garbage, and I'd be crying. It was a whole thing. But it's a hobby that I've been playing with for the past 8 years, and I know most of the YouTube community when it comes to hot sauce. Oh, that's cool. By the way, I have my eyes open to get one of the first types of clamps that you're using to hold the circuit board in. I'm hoping I can find one in a garage sale, but it's going to be kind of rare. I wouldn't necessarily use this. The miniature precision hyperhemoglobinema. I think it's got a different name. I think it's a slightly different, it's just high iron content. Maybe that is the name of it. I'm not sure. I think there's a different name to it. Anyway, this thing right here. This is a miniature precision machine vise. I know I slurred half of those words. Miniature precision machine vise. This is a palm gren. So you've got the Cadillac of machining stuff, machining vices, and then you have a precision miniature vise. This thing has features that we will never use, and it has features that have expired completely because of just the way that it was kept before I was in possession of it. This is would be a very precise thing. You could measure from here to here, and it would be extraordinarily consistent in that measurement, so that you could put this into a larger vise and then machine stuff around it. This is not an electronics tool, nor does it really have any business being an electronics tool. I use it to hold small circuit boards and give them all the inertia of having all of this iron beneath it. I got this from some dead machinist's toolbox. Did I kill him in order to get into the toolbox, or did I find him dead? It depends on your relationship to the court of law in the United States of America. But this is essentially from something that was liquidated from a larger shop. Not liquidated, it was given to an employee who's my friend, and we looked inside of it, and I said, I need one of those. And I grabbed it, and it ended up in a bin, and then I found it again years and years ago, and I use it for electronics. If I were to be holding small circuit boards nowadays, what would I use? Well, a combination of my heatsink, so that all the soldering on the small circuit board doesn't reach my desk mat, and possibly something 3D printed, maybe one of these metal ones that has the two clamps, the two big clamps on it that go back and forth, and it's like super low to the board. But this height is really good for my setup very specifically. You can see my hand is casting a huge shadow, so if I can get that shadow down onto the board a little bit more. My fingers are bright red because the rest of my hand has been using that solder sucker, and it's much hotter than the other hand. So my fingers are like bright red. That's weird. Anyway, this lifts stuff up off the ground. So if you can find something similar to this, it'll do just fine. You don't need a miniature precision machine vise. Like a small tabletop vise maybe is pretty good at that. There are ones where there's like a pivot on it, and that's what I used to use. I used to use a vise that had a big base, and then it had a pivoting top, and then the two clamps. I'd use that a lot too, because that little bit of extra positioning is actually quite useful. But at the height that this thing is, I'm able to get the soldering iron up to it and do all the stuff I need to do while keeping this part of my hand on the desk. It helps to stabilize you. You want to stabilize yourself. Even if the vise is in the air, I'll put like a pinky finger onto the vise, and that'll hold me stable, so my arm isn't, using its muscles to hold everything up. Yeah, it'll be tough to find. If you find one, that'll be great. If you find one that's even remotely similar, that's good. Or if you find something else completely. That's galaxy brained. All right, so we need to go with desoldering braid now. So we'll use desoldering braid on all these pads that I've mucked up with my solder, and we're going to remove the remainder so that there's no solder on the bottom of the pads. Maybe we should do it from this end, because this will ensure that we definitely flatten them out. Because that has to solder down onto these pins, and it should be flat. It doesn't need to be flat, but it should be totally flat. That way we can align these 4 connections on the other side of the board. Yeah, but I mean, what are your small tools worth if you didn't do crimes in order to get them? You know? It takes a bit to get heat in there. There we go. You can see it kind of become less shiny. The reflections become less chaotic. Of course, I'm not really clamping into this thing very hard. I need to clamp a little closer because I've got to put pressure down on it. Well, maybe I just solder it like this. Okay, yeah, maybe we do it this way. Sunrise. People forget it. It's been in my head for a week. Need a lot of heat for the ground, but you can see there, all that solder kind of retracts into the braid, and it produces a flatter interface. All right, I need to move down a little bit. Like that. You guys can see that heat kind of, a wave of heat go through the desoldering braid. What were those last miles doing? Can any of you guys tell me? Oh, everybody's gone. They all fell asleep. Tends to happen. Everybody fell asleep. So tired. Problem is this, the vise doesn't hold the board totally up, and so when I press down like this, I'm heating the vise along with the pin. I think I've got just a little bit of room, so I should be able to do this, but sometimes it leaches away all of the heat of the iron, which is why using the largest possible soldering iron tip to do this is better. I probably should be using the giant. Yeah, see, that didn't even do anything. I'm going to put the giant soldering iron tip in and see if that's all. Oh, no, you know what it is? Iron turned itself off. This iron has a feature called IntelliHeat. And IntelliHeat makes sure that you're not in bed with your soldering iron and you fall asleep and you end up burning down your house. So it'll automatically turn off the soldering iron. And it's not on a timer, it's on something else. It must be a combination of a timer and some kind of like a sensor for what the iron is up to. Because it's very inconsistent with when it turns on. Although, to be fair, I haven't timed it. For a little while, Octoj had a command that would say IntelliHot, and it counted the number of times that IntelliHeat betrayed me in a stream. It would be good if they had more statistics on that. I could get a frequency of times that it did that, and maybe I could find whatever timer is in the iron that makes it turn off. But I'm pretty sure it's more complex than just a timer. All right, those Amogas should be pretty flat at this point. I'll go to the other side. Work like this, it really helps to have something on in the background of. I don't get to, because, you know, streamer. Oh God, the part of the soldering braid that's in the enclosure, all the way up here. Yeah, see that? It's gotten hot enough to hurt my hand. I've dumped so much heat into this braid. Yeah, I usually have something on in the background for these repetitive tasks. You'll run into them every now and then when you do stuff like this. Where it's like, well, okay, I got to do this 500 times. Let's get this over with. But, because I'm streamer boy, I got to sit here and raw dog the experience. Why is that like that? There must be some kind of residue on it. That's probably too close to the vise. Or it could be whatever brand Flux, whatever brand this is putting on there. Find yourself a desoldering braid that works well and stick to that brand. Because as much as I hate brand loyalty, bad desoldering wire is not worth suffering. It's not worth the trouble. The money you save. All right, almost there. Almost there. It's going to need more. Hold it there for a while. Oh, see there, it just soldered itself in. It's not doing this a little bit. I think because it's close to the, yeah, it's, well, it's got a little space. Just a little. Be cooperating. Iron is still on. Got to check the LED on the front to make sure that it's not IntelliHotted me again. That one flowed over. It's just the ground was sinking all my heat away. That's YNC. Okay, ING. C. That's YNC. Sync. You get directly into the ING after that? I think so. I don't know things. I don't know how to spell things. I'm here to lead, not to read. That one went quickly because it didn't have the vise to bleed heat into. The vise is probably going to look... no, oh, actually it does a little bit. It's glowing a little bit in thermals. Thermals. I wonder if they could do thermal vision in abiotic factor. I don't think they have the data on all of the objects because there's things on the walls like laser conduits and things like that that would need to have thermal properties in order to get them to work well. You need to have, like, in your game object, you need to have all this extra information that I don't think they'd have. It would be pretty cool. You have like a heat level, like a number associated with every object in the game. It has like an ambient heat level. That's just too much of a pain, so I don't think they'll be adding that. I don't think they'll be adding that. Nipex. All right, so that's done. Jeez, that was a lot more work than I think it was worth. But when I was peeling that thing off, the sticky stuff that we put down was so sticky that it peeled up really badly. And suggestions in the chat were like, why don't you use hot glue to hold it down? Why don't you use super glue to hold it down? You can just use isopropyl to get rid of... No, we don't want to do any of that kind of stuff. That's bad, because those specifically, especially hot glue and especially cyanoacrylate glue, they break down when things get hot. So while I was soldering, if we had used those glues, we would either be creating like a burnt area, or it would just suddenly like slide around on top of the aluminum. We don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is, actually with the next one, I'm just going to use Kapton tape, and I'll just tape down a couple key spots where we can very cleanly peel off the Kapton tape, and that should hold everything nice and flat so that we can get all our soldering done. I guess the other thing is I'm going to want to very precisely align the RP2040 onto things, and I don't know how I can do that. If I had double-sided Kapton tape, that would help out a lot, but we don't have the luxury of that kind of thing. So here's the next piece. We've only got that one. One's dead. So we've got 3 left in here. I want 2 of these to work so that I can just refurbish my keyboards and move on with my life. Although the ever-present nagging in the back of my brain is going to be, why did you use the module? You could have put down an RP2040 chip. You bought 5 of them the other day. but I'm going to try to keep that specter at bay and not listen to my own ramblings. This is like exactly the size of this thing. All right, so strategic taping. Because I don't think, I mean, like if I try to align this, I don't really have a way to hold it. I can easily, I mean, I could solder it too, but there's no guarantee that it's going to be centered if I just align these parts. I pushed the button by doing that. Can I get under this to, maybe I can do this, grip it? Nah, it just slid. It just slid. It slid out of position. Can't do it. I think my best bet is just to get it as close as I can. Unless I do it and then I put a piece of tape across. I don't know. Okay. Or I do it like this. Hold on. So that in there. This might do it. Let's just make sure it's just a little bit above the vise. Clamp that down. Get the camera into focus. And if my goal is getting these 4 pads aligned, then I can align the 4 pads, solder it, and then move to the above, and it should be pretty well aligned. See how embarrassing that's going to be when we actually do it. There's a little bit of wiggle room in these, but what's neat is that you can see through. I think that ground one is off by a little bit. Because if I center it on these, well, I guess with that in mind, we should probably solder it to the top first, and then we'll flip the board. I think that's probably the better way to do it. And if I just capped in the corners, it'll be much easier than what we did before. Listen, I've not worked with extensively or at all with flexible PCBs. This is sort of my first foray into it, into the technology, and I mean it's pretty easy going. This is pretty nice and easy and fun. Treat it like a normal circuit board. Try not to flex it too much. Very sensitive about that sort of thing. Solders pretty well. The JLC PCB Flexi stuff is pretty nice. I don't know where that other tape went that I was holding just a minute ago. What did I do with it? I've got the thinner stuff. I guess the thinner stuff will be okay. Much easier to work with than it's double-sided. Although getting double-sided Captain, it's not so much about the Captain tape that I'm concerned with. It's the adhesive material that they use that's so good on Captain style tapes. The plastic substrate, whatever that stuff is that holds that adhesive in place, is great because it's so temperature stable. But the real thing that I'm looking at Captain tape for is the fact that it comes up clean. And that's down to the adhesive, not the material. I'll do one across here, and then that'll keep most of it flat. It'll be flat enough that we can solder the big guy, and then I can do like a custom tape for the other one. Yeah, that other stuff is so expensive that fancy schmancy copper-clad Captain. There's my fingerprint if anybody's looking to do any sort of like tax crimes or even just federal crimes in my name. Where were you on the night of blah 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 bother? I don't know, doing federal crimes. I mean, not doing the, well, I mean, probably doing them. I don't know, man. You tell me, what was I doing? Okay, so that actually is going to hold it pretty well. I mean, it's not moving around too much. So we're going to try to, once again, center this thing as much as possible because this is off by a little bit. I think these three are in good spaces. It's just, I don't know why this one is off. I think it's because they didn't quite give me the dimensions, but they did give good dimensions. They have, all the dimensions are on like the data sheet or whatever. There's like a special data sheet for the RP2040 dimensions. Sun goes up, people forget. Sun rises. I forget which it is. All right. If I had double-sided Captain, or even just, well, no. Piece of Captain doubled over onto itself underneath this module would give it, oh, damn it. The board flexed instead of me moving the heatsink. That's always nice. Put a strap of Captain across it to hold it in place until you get some tacks in. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, I can also just get the two corners and then we can peel it up and see where it is underneath. Because there's this flexes less. That's good. Okay, so heat it up. Pin 1 is not cooperating with me. Why is that? Why are you not cooperating? What's going on here? Check back here. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's tack the back corner over here, and then we can remove the captain, and then we can see if it's in alignment. If it's good enough in alignment, I'm not going to be totally crazy about it. Oh yeah, the other problem I have is that the pins tend to give all their heat up to the heatsink. So we're locked in place right now. Unless I bring out the big iron. Shit, moved that way too much. This is a new experience for me. I have not worked with this stuff before. Oh, come on. Gotta catch them all. I need the big soldering iron on this. This is crazy. So all my heat is going into the heatsink. Go figure. This is crazy. Big guy. I could also use the small guy with the big heater, but I figure I want to get all that stuff down first. I don't know. I think this will do it eventually. Make sure my iron's transferring heat. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to give that time because I have a feeling that at some point that's going to stay molten for too long. I need to push this over to the left just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Are you serious? This thing is, clean this off, make sure we get good metal to metal. That does not look very clean. It's a little shiny. There we go. You see that just kind of moved itself into place there. Go. Okay. All right, so let's check on it now. So because I use Captain tape, everything's going to come up clean, and we're not going to have that, you know, the double-sided tape folding our stuff. We want to keep this stuff from flexing as much as possible. The only part that I need the flex board for are these two chip prints. Put a strip of Captain across. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Sorry. Already read it. That's kind of what we're doing, except I'm not trusting the Captain to hold it in place. I'm using the pads to kind of solder down the corners. But see how cleanly that came up? Beautiful, beautiful. Of course, I still have tape all over the shop. I got tape in my hair today. That's how much of a consummate professional you guys are working with. That's pretty good. That pad, I think, can just move over a little bit. It seems to be in the upper corner. If I move the pad over a little bit, I'm sure that's what it'll take. All the other ones seem to be pretty well. Darmok and Jalad, Damok, subbing. Tier 1. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate those subs. What am I saying? Usually I say I really appreciate those what do you call it? The Prime subs, because the Prime subs don't remind you that you have subbed to a channel, whereas the regular subs will re-up themselves every month. I wonder how many dead people are subscribed to my channel, or even like a larger channel. How many dead people have their credit card payments going to some Twitch streamer? That is a grim statistic, but I'm sure somebody knows it. Anyway, Damok, I'm very happy that you're alive and subscribing to my channel. So these were holes that I put in based on the data sheet, right? These are supposed to access pins on the bottom of the what do you call it again? Demo board, the bottom of the module that you can't get to otherwise. The reset, which is entirely needed to program the QMK keyboard, the two USB things, which for some reason I can't put together on my own, Raspberry Pi decided they didn't need. I don't know if I should solder these now, actually, because they're going to create bumps on the underside of the board. Maybe I can solder them and then desolder them and then put solder back in or something. Maybe that's the way that I do it. I'll remove a little solder from these. But yeah, you can't get to these pins on the top of the board. So I added these little holes at the bottom that I'm soldering through in order to get them to have access. I could have actually done square holes. That might have been a better idea. And then the solder would surround it instead of it being like a little rivet like I have right now. That would have been a good idea. Well, I didn't know how accurate things were going to be. Turns out extremely, but like shockingly accurate. I gotta be careful not to damage this board anywhere while working with it like this. I actually want them all to look like that one, where it's like a hollow husk. This one's going to be a lot harder to be like that because it's sinking all of my heat away. And that might be as good as I can get it. This one, lower it down a little bit with some solder braid. And then this will be as good as it gets in terms of soldering it down onto the, strapping it down onto the heatsink. Because I've inadvertently, and I should have waited to solder these things, I've inadvertently added a little dimension to all those holes. So let's flip it back over, tape it back down, and then we can get to soldering the rest of it. And if we're not done today, we're going to resume this on Tuesday. Of next week. So really, I only need these two areas. This, you can't see me. I need this area and this area to be taped down. If I scooch this over a little bit, I might accidentally catch it, but then I can tape this side down too, and that'll give me enough stuff taped down that it's not going to like move way out of the way. How's my alignment up here? Oh, it's what it was before. Yeah, it's off by a little actually. When did it become off by just a little bit? Look at that. Well, it's locked in because the other side is soldered, so whatever. Hit it with some sandpaper. I guess I could do something like that. I don't need it to be flat though. It's going to sit on sticky foam on the keyboard. It's just for now it needs to not rock back and forth, which it's not doing. So I think we're in good shape. I think we're in good shape. My alignment could be a lot better. It's off by a little bit on this, but then that ground pad is still in a good spot. So I guess I'm good. It's like in the CAD software, they give you an increment of distance that is like you can align it atomically with the numbers you're putting in. I don't know what they expect. Like, what is the accuracy of their machines? I'm putting in numbers that are 0.000001 millimeter. I need to move this closer to my face. I'm working at like a mile away from my actual ability to see, just so that it looks good on camera. What doesn't look good on camera are mistakes. We don't make those here. We just have happy little accidents. Like when we pee ourselves while working. Just a happy little accident. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, that's going to be a challenge to solder. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did it wrong. Did it totally wrong. Totally wrong. Totally wrong. I need the microscope for this. No amount of me poking my nose into this is going to keep me from covering over those pads of the Kapton tape. I don't care that I'm reusing the Kapton tape. It's fine. You're the one who smells. It gets a little overlappy. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll make it out of this one, chat. And then just one piece, just sort of over here, basically right across this would be perfect. And that'll keep us flat and honest. I don't like that, but we'll live with it. I don't want to kind of interfere with this area because if I tweak this stuff wrong, I could rip stuff up by accident. All right, here we go. Let's start soldering. I know the tape is heat resistant, but does solder not stick to it also? I've never tried this before. No. Hold on, let me get a glass of water real quick. Get a sip of this. Okay, thanks for waiting. Kapton tape. Not sure if it's specifically designed for this. I think it's designed to be mechanically very light and have a very wide range of temperatures that it can operate in. The adhesive on Kapton tape comes up clean. The substrate of Kapton tape, the actual like FR or whatever it is, what is that stuff called again? It's got a specific name. It's like capoeira tape. No, it's God, what is that stuff again? Polyamide. The polyamide, the plastic that makes up Kapton tape, solder does not stick to it. And it can withstand soldering iron temperatures. In fact, they've used this stuff on the wiring harnesses of, for instance, Opportunity on the moon probes. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure about Opportunity, but the big one, the SUV-sized probe that they've got going on right now. That thing, if you look at its checkup images of itself, you can see the tape around the wiring harnesses, and I guess it's gotten pretty dirty by now, but. This looks like a mod chip. It kind of is. This is my quick mechanical keyboard takeover of an otherwise code 10 keyless. It's a decent keyboard. I like it a lot to the point where I've got like Stockholm syndrome for it. I don't need to use flux. This is fine. This is just a ground pin, so it's fighting me a bit more. And we've taped it down to a heat sink, so all of my heat is bleeding away. Now, flux is a crutch. We don't need it. This is rosin core solder. So what I'm doing is I'm using an RP2040 Pico Pi, and I've put all of these little pads down on a JLC PCB flexible board. And the cool thing with the flexible boards is that they're pretty cheap now, and I can use it instead of all the wires that I put down on the keyboard previously. So now I've got this nice organized PCB. Now, okay, the fact remains that I probably should have gone to the chip only, just this chip directly on the board. I would have had to add an EEPROM to it and a clock and a couple other little pieces of stuff in order to make things happen properly. But in the future, when I do that, I won't need the muxes. For now, we know that the RP2040 and my 3 muxes are able to use all of code's rows and columns to make a keyboard. And I've been using the keyboard for something like a year after having originally made the prototype and done all the soldering to remove the original chip that was in that keyboard. So I'm doing it again. I might have rearranged some rows and columns in terms of what pins they communicate with, but we can make all those corrections in QMK once we get everything else working. And then in the back of my mind, in the very anals of the back of my mind, I have the project where I put the chip directly down on the board. But for right now, this uses up some of the RP2040, the Pico modules that I have. The chip itself is $1. This module is like $5. Very cheap. Not expensive, very economic. And it's a very powerful chip. I mean, it's running at like 12 megahertz or whatever. Not quite the 600 of the Teensy 4, but the Teensy 4 is like $20. 40? It's like $40. That one is not a cheap platform. That one will do your homework for you, though. That's a very powerful chip. Elemental front, rather. Elemental front. It's impossible for me to actually memorize the real lyrics to that song because I've heard it so many times without knowing what they're actually saying that it has a totally different set of... Oh, there it goes. As soon as this solder makes contact, it of course bleeds all of my heat away. Most of it being to the layer below. But I guess we can come back and get those when we're not attached to the heatsink. These are getting tougher to solder. I think we've got a better interface to what's below. Should there be... Oh, no, that's Saturday. I was like, shouldn't there be snow outside? I haven't even looked at a window in a couple hours. Just sitting here underground. Come on. I guess maybe I just put too much solder on that one. You can kind of watch the heat creep in. All right, I guess that one just fills the hole there. Give myself a little bit more room to work. Yeah, that's going to need to come back to that. Need to come back to that when there's a little bit less heat sinking going on. Right now, we're just happy that this thing is being held in place properly. Really not using a consistent amount of solder either. A stencil and an oven would have probably been a decent idea to use in this case. That way your component will center itself due to the surface tension of the metal. What is, I bet they've measured that, what the surface tension is compared to water. Yeah, you can see here that all the flux that I need is in the solder. An excessive amount of flux is not necessary for this kind of work. What do you mean? That wouldn't make for boring. I just want to know the numbers. I don't want to actually like experimentally figure out which one is more surface tension. I don't even know where I'd start with that. Maybe a very sensitive, like a very sensitive, not pressure sensor, like a, you want like a MEMS weight sensor or something. Watching the board sit in an oven, that has its own magic. If you watch the board sit in an oven, after a little bit, everything flows over at once and all the components arrange themselves. And we'll do that at some point. It's really a thing you do when you want 100 boards and not just one. You know, a one-off thing can typically be hand soldered. It's when you want to manufacture a bunch of boards that you would be doing that. The stuff with like an oven. Although, you know, ovens are easy enough these days. You could probably get away with doing that stuff with just an oven. The toaster oven that I have, though, is still food safe, so I'm reluctant to make it unfood safe. 3 Mares sent me that toaster oven. And I have an actual production oven from Wexo. It doesn't have a big window in it, though. I like it. I love it. You know, it's great. It's awesome to have. Someday when I need to build a lot of stuff all at once, I could use it. But for the purposes of stream, I think the hot plate that I got is probably my best bet. The aluminum hot plate that's got a big old heater in it. And then we can put the microscope directly onto the thing. And I can just sit the board until it flows over. The only problem is, when do you get the thing off of the hot plate? The cooldown cycle is going to be much different from the hot plate. Repetitive tasking will set you free. Oh God, I'm ending stream and then finding out what ridiculous bullshit is happening in the real world. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. Am I cooking tonight? I don't know if I'm cooking tonight. I did fajitas last night. I'll wager I need to grill something tonight. I bet you that's what's going to happen. Tomorrow, I don't think people will be around. So there's a very strong possibility that I stream, but at the same time, I need to sit down and do a tech session with my setup in order to get game streaming working again. I think the last thing we did was like Jedi Knight 2 like 2 years ago. So I don't know how my old stuff works in conjunction. I need to make sure that if I have both of the mixers going, the Julian mixer and the new mixer going at the same time, if they're going to cooperate with one another. My old podcast mixer I'm using as a input for the modular synthesizer stuff. And so I can use the individual channels. You got to install software in order to access all of the individual channels of the mixer. But that means that Julian and Dave both have individual stereo inputs, or they can have one, big stereo input. I'd rather them use individuals, and then I can mix them against each other directly into OBS, and then have the output from OBS go into the headphones so that they can listen in and do a master mix with a master monitor of the master streamer. Master! Mustard! Max 308, this is an obsolete chip. If you're building something, you do not need to use this. I should probably find a similar analog mux, but I have not. So we are going to continue to use the Max 308s. They work. They're not quite the right fit for this task. Let me get the smaller solder. One day I'll design the other board to use the RP2040 chip directly. I think the RP2040 chip just barely has enough I/O to effectively run this keyboard. I think it is down to the last pin. I think maybe there's one extra pin and that's it. And I really have to count my eggs and make sure that that's the case if I'm going to venture out to build. Ooh, that thing's still hot. Ouch. Got a little burn off of that. Unless it was just me holding the iron weird. Mustard. We got to be careful with the pads on this. I can't quite do that trick where you push down on the chip because it'll rip up the pad. That's for the RGB NeoPixel? True. It's for the 300 RGB NeoPixels. Push down. A little bit of heat. A little bit of heat. A little bit of round. Oh man, nobody knows your Gabber the Prodigy songs. You dumbass. I gotta recount. I gotta do a recount. Look for hanging chads and all that. For the what do you call it? RP2040 chip alone. Because in this case I'm using muxes, and that way I can read 2 rows at once. But if I do just pins directly into the RP2040, that'll speed up the keyboard like light years. And again, like I said before, I am not an Olympic athlete. I will take no advantage of the keyboard being fast. As it is right now, I have something like a 5 millisecond delay in the code so that the analog level can settle and be digitally read. What's going on right there? Oh, that was just a little piece of solder, piece of tape actually down here. Yeah, I'm not drag soldering. These are too far apart. The RGB lights in this one, it would be very nice to replace them with like a NeoPixel style RGB, because as they are right now, they're set up to be activated with the array of rows and columns. They've got a really weird system where they've got a transistor on the positives to get activated, and then they have a transistor on the banks of negatives. It saves literally one pin. On a microcontroller that's not really being stressed out. It's on the microcontroller that's there to program the other one, and that microcontroller is not using every single pin. It's this one here. And I've had to run wires into 5 pins in order to run 6 LEDs. It is incredibly stupid. It is very much like a min-maxing strategy, and I don't appreciate that. We can save half a pin by doing this. It's like, don't do that. Just stop. Come on, man. I need to reposition. This is a total mess. Actually, I think I got it rather. I don't have any right to have it quite right like that. Yeah, I paid for the whole microcontroller. I'm going to use the whole microcontroller, exactly. Like they did it specifically to annoy me. This is off by a little bit. Hold on. Charlie plexing. Charlie plexing is very annoying. So you guys know LEDs are diodes. So if you send power through them, I can't steady myself right now. If you send power through one direction, it'll block. And if you send power the other way, it'll end up LEDing, right? Because it's all it is in the end of the day is just a diode. Oh man, I messed that one up too. God damn it. All right, hold on. Let's hold my breath and get this right. So if you have 2 LEDs, if you have 2 pins on the microcontroller, you could have 2 individual LEDs. And you can have them on 2 pins of the microcontroller facing opposite directions, and you will still have 2 LEDs. We could send power one way to do one LED and power the opposite way to do the opposite LED. And if you add another pin to that, you can add another LED to that. You can even add a couple more LEDs to that. And so you barely are getting by with power running in one direction or the other on your different pins. And you've got all these wackadoodle LEDs that are wired forwards and backwards all over your pins. And what it does is it saves you barely a couple pins of your microcontroller. It's called Charlie plexing, and it is absolutely mad. It's still off by a little bit. Hold on. Charlie plexing is reserved for the super nerds. Not worth doing. All right, come on. Iron is still powered. Just get deeper and deeper into it. Messing myself up. Setting myself up for failure. That's as close as I think I'm going to get it. No, you're never going to get it. That needs a little flux to clean it up, or just to clean it up. But let's get the other pins soldered. before I truly mess this up in spectacular fashion. If this were an FR4 PCB, I would want to like send this into the oven afterwards, just to make sure all the solder got to flow over and the chip can align itself. Do it yourself. What the heck? Maybe a smaller iron would be better at getting that pad to heat up enough. Come on, pad. I think ultimately the pads are okay. I think they're functional for the. It keeps missing and going directly on. I'm not trying to apply it to the iron like I've been doing. I'm trying to apply it to the pad. There, so that little bit of flux flows down onto the pad first. Sometimes you do need to tap the iron just a little bit, and then that'll get the flux to flow out onto the iron, and it'll give it a little dabble of solder. That was really bad. A little tiny dabble of solder that will allow you to heat up the pad more. All right, let's get that out of there. Come on. I really struggled to suck up that solder. I guess it's okay in the end. What if you Charlie plex to Charlie plex? I don't think you can do that. The whole nature of Charlie plexing is that if current goes in a certain way, it conducts and blocks. Before you say stuff like that, you should look up Charlie plexing. I don't know, those pins are soldering weird. I think using a stencil and an oven would do it much better. Also much more consistent than me doing this by hand, but this is a prototype after all. I think it's the fact that there's a little bit of push down on the circuit board, quote unquote. And so when I push down on it, it might be separating from the pin, and so it's heating weird. Also, the chip being like right overhead. Here we go. Gross. I'll hit IntelliHeat again just to remind it that the human is still here. A little button on my thing that tells it that I'm alive and I'm still soldering and I still want the iron to be hot. This is having trouble. I'll flip it over. Let's try this part. Maybe this is the one that did it well. I just don't feel it like flowing in. Well, this is not by feel. This is by sight entirely. You know, it might be working directly on top of the heatsink that's throwing me off. Because you can see how hot the heatsink has gotten already. I guess we'll just leave those the way they are. I think they're pretty good. They're right. They're right. Maybe I can come back and put it on top of something that's not this board. You can get the video recorder PCB and put it on top of that, and then I'll have sort of a more insulative substrate to solder on top of. For now, I just want to get these chips off of the desk because we're about at wrapping time. That's where I actually recite a rap. I would never do that to you guys. I think that's against the Geneva Convention. I think I stumble off. I think I'm stumbling over my words. We're at the mark where I've streamed long enough and been bubbly and entertaining long enough that the introvert is starting to take the reins and tell me to shut the hell up. I don't have a stutter, I just have a desire to not talk to people. Intro. Okay, see that little flex? So I'm gonna push down on it and apply again, and it'll settle in. Internet avert, there we go. I am shocked at the level of detail of the JLC PCB job on this Flexi PCB, considering that it was like 40 bucks for 5 of these. The price is perfect for something like this. They were $2 previously, but that price is no longer available, I guess. But having the ability to spin out Flexi boards like this, it makes internal wiring so much better too. If you've got multiple modules inside of your thing, you can get them really close together. Why do you hate me? You hate me. Stupid thing. Solder. What is your problem? Gee, is it my angle of attack? What is going on? It's being relatively good. I mean, there's no coating on this already, but there's such an excess of flux coming out of the solder that it really shouldn't be fighting me so much. I feel like I'm just applying solder to the top of the iron, which is not what you're supposed to do. I already mentioned that there is a complete excess of flux in the solder itself. It's not a flux issue. I'm just fighting against you fucking flux heads, man. See, that's what it should look like. It should look like everything is just barely coating it and holding it together. But when we do these SOIC things, it's all the heat bleeding into the heatsink below. This work project, and I was thinking about it would be a great design, a huge flex circuit for custom circuit layout, and the test equipment. To keep wiring down, just put all the interconnects on flex boards, and then plug it in. Yeah, I need to find like a little circuit board that I can put on the heatsink so that I can insulate it. The heatsink is there just for mass. It's just a thing to tape this down to give it a little bit of oomph so I don't end up scooting it all over the place. But I'm feeling as soon as the solder goes liquid and touches that pin, it's suddenly becoming cool again, and it's like hardening on me. And I think it's the effect of that heatsink bleeding away all of the heat from my soldering. So I've got to kind of blob it on. Better if I slow down. Clean off my iron again. Yeah, it's doing its one job way too effectively for my liking. How do robots do this without a microscope? Because they robots. I'm much more effective at soldering this size when it's an actual FR4 board. I will shock and amaze my audience with my skills in soldering iron land. It's just this particular setup is kind of fighting me today. So I'm having a little trouble with it. So you had a bad day. So my view is the exact same view that you guys have right now. I'm viewing it in exactly the same fidelity that you are. All that little blurriness down by the pin. Yeah. This is an SOIC, so this is the largest of the surface mount sized chips, although I think there are larger, but this is sort of the normal comfort working zone of surface mount, and this is very big. We haven't even zoomed in fully with the microscope to do this. This should be very easy. The only issue here is that I'm just having a little bit of trouble keeping the heat on these pads. These should be instantly flowing on the whole pad, and I should be able to control the amount of solder. See that, how it's not wetting down on the pad? So if I add just a little bit more, there it goes. There, it just wetted down onto the pad and soldered the whole thing, and then the solder kind of flows out. You can get a sense for that from having done this a million times. That's not fully soldered yet. Still not. What are you doing? God, these fucking, see that? It's just not flowing over. So mad. It's all mad. Just mad. I'm just mad. It's not a flux issue. It is a heat issue. People are watching, all these electronics people that are drowning everything in flux. And it makes a bad impression for the rest of us. Everybody has this expectation that I'm going to drown this thing in flux. Flux helps. What is the plate made of? This is so the this stuff, the orange stuff is it's a material known as polyamide. It's polyamide. You can get it in tape form, and it's actually a very, very useful tape. We're using it to hold down the circuit board. It's called Kapton tape. Comes in a variety of sizes. People use it in the 3D printing these days, but polyamide tape is very, very useful. It also, one of the features of the polyamide tape is it has a high temperature adhesive that removes very cleanly. It's a very, very good tape to use for stuff. It was originally a DuPont creation, and it was called Kapton, spelled with a K, K-A-P-T-O-N, tape, Kapton tape. Oh, Kapton, my Kapton. Very, very useful for solder reworking. If you're trying to shield stuff that you don't want to expose to hot air when you're soldering or desoldering, you want to hold something still on the desk, all that kind of stuff. Very useful tape. What we eventually came up with was a method of etching copper off of the Kapton tape and then sandwiching more Kapton tape on the top of the bottom of it that we've cut patterns into. And they're very, very intricate patterns, and what they create is a flexible PCB. So you can solder your components down, and maybe then you want to bend it around a corner or something like that. There's all kinds of cool applications like that. In our case, we want 90% of this thing to be completely fixed, and then just a couple little pieces bend down and interface with chips that used to be there that run this keyboard. Ow, 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 ow. This thing is all spiky because it's through hole. Ow, 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 ow. You can fit so much pain into this little guy. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm using the original footprint of the part, but then I'm making it as something that's going to bend down and over, and then I'll solder bridge all of the pins. And that way I can have a nice clean setup that sits right here on the keyboard and runs the entire keyboard instead of the two chips. Now I could have not used the big module and just used that chip, and then I just have that one little chip on here in some place. That's for another day. Having this up high actually means that it might be less prone to being underwater when I spill stuff on the board. Yeah, this is an old aluminum heatsink from God knows what. I think it had a fan on it, but it's a little bigger than a fan. Who knows? But something like this is really useful. How does the PCB not melt during all of the soldering? Great question that you sort of asked. Polyamide is a high temperature substrate. The adhesive is high temperature as well. So when you heat this stuff up, it does not burn. Will it burn in a fire? Yes. The soldering iron is a very controlled heat. It's just enough heat so that the solder becomes molten. And at that heat, certain substances will in fact survive that. Like silicon rubber doesn't melt with the soldering iron. That's why this soldering iron cable is made out of silicon rubber. Because if you catch this wire, you don't burn it. So there are materials that exist that withstand soldering iron temperatures, and this is one of them. The enemy of the Flexi PCB is the actual flexing of the Flexi PCB. Because if you have a lot of substrates of copper and this thing is flexing, and especially if it creases, it can break the traces internally. Okay, yeah, well, I was thinking not a small piece. I was thinking I could just coat the whole thing in Captain and then tape down the Flexi, and that would give us a little insulative layer between the metal and, but we've already got one layer of Captain there. So I think finding a piece of like FR4 circuit board and just taping it down to that would probably be a good idea. That would be a little bit more insulating. All right, I think I'm done for the day. This has been a Friday stream. I know I missed Tuesday. Things have been kind of hectic around here. I would like to make up for it tomorrow, but I'm not gonna promise a goddamn thing because I think I need to tech my setup before I try to stream, and that'll sort of be my task tomorrow. Tech the setup, work on emotes, figure out if I need doctor's appointments, pay my taxes. I don't know, man. I got a lot of stuff on my mind right now. What's this? I had to buy those changeable zoom glasses for this. I can't see as good as I used to. Oh, listen, dentists have a whole array of magnification that they use. There's all kinds of really cool, like Zeiss lens, like they're like glasses you put on, but they've got like the little scopes on them. Or there's that thing for crocheting that I have that was on sale at Amazon for like $2.99. It's got its own little battery in it. You can recharge it. It's got a white LED. The combo of magnifier and headlight is really, really good. When you have a light here, right, you're not seeing as many shadows. And that extra illumination is super important. When I used to do this stuff without streaming, I would wear a headlamp while I do it. It's really, really good. Yeah, there are watchmakers headlamps, and there's the one with that heads-up display. You don't need that to do this stuff. You need like a $4.99 crochet magnifier, and you'll be likened unto a god with your skills in soldering, because it puts you right up into the scene. But the part of the strategy of the microscope that I have is that I'm not doing this all the time. I'm not bending over and blowing up my back. So make sure you take breaks when you use something like that. I have like a ton of viewers today, but I'm out of here. What car do you drive or want? I have a BMW 528i from 1999. From 1999. It's technically a 2000, but it is I've never seen changeable zoom glasses. Here, I don't know about changeable immediately, but these are just about the coolest looking things in the world, man. You're gonna be flopping the beauties in line if you put these things on at your local club. They're awesome. Like regardless of outward appearances, these are actually really good. These things you can find. They're for like knitting and stuff, and they have a headlamp, so you can be even cooler. You can be like, "Hey, honey, how you doing tonight? Are you alone?" it's terrible. They're really good though. I like them a lot. Mine pop out and change. Yeah, you can change out the really, really awesome looking magnifying lenses for different magnification. So actually, I was organizing parts the other day on my desk, and I actually used them at their lowest magnification just to give me that little bit of boost so that I can see what I'm doing. I would recommend those. Those are pretty good. You don't need to get like the Carl Zeiss highest level super duper thing, and especially not in your headlamp too. I had like a decent headlamp that had good light. That one has kind of cold light to it. Here we're at 4300K. Everything's just a little bit warm, so it doesn't seem like a cold electronics shop. I want it to seem a little bit more like a wood shop kind of warmth to it, right? A little bit more inviting. Thinking about a microscope camera, that would be nice. There's all kinds of available. Don't go to the scientific ones yet, because there's good ones that for like hobbyists. I would very much advocate, because like, we got people here that go directly and say, hey, you should get this professional thing. And it's like, no, that's $4,000 and nobody's spending that much money on something that's so professional. I don't need all of those features. This is 1080p because I stream. This is a modified webcam. I wouldn't suggest you even do that, because nowadays you can find C-mount cameras, or even not C-mount, but C-mount opens up the whole world of microscopy, because C-mount lenses are typically used in microscope industrial applications. So you've got all kinds of mounts and things and lights and blah, 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 blah that you can use with that. Or you can just find a regular old microscope that's USB, and it's a USB camera, 1080p. I don't know if there's anything a little bit more good. I have a ton of C-mount cameras. Did I mention I hoard electronics? That much is becoming evident as time goes on. You should talk to Speedy Cat, who also seems to hoard electronics, although I think he's had to get rid of a lot of stuff lately. But changeable zoom microscope you could do with a C-mount lens, but the Pi camera uses C-mount. Yeah, the Pi camera, when I used it, and this is like many, many years ago, worked for Pelco. They made cameras. Oh, that's cool. That's always fun. But so the Pi camera, when I used it, had delay on it. Actually, no, it was a USB camera that I plugged into the Raspberry Pi that had significant amounts of delay. And even the regular old Pi camera, which uses C-mount, so you can buy all kinds of cool microscopes for it, had delay. I needed to absolutely make sure that there was no delay. I used to use just optical systems. It was a weird microscope that they had at the FBI lab, and it was the thing with the spinning lenticular mirror. So you look into it, and it looks like that Space Cowboy arcade game with the holograms. You look into it, and that's sort of the impression you get, but what you're getting is stereo microscopy, which is something I'll never achieve again. I could put the iron into the viewport and not stab myself in the finger. I would know the height of the wire that I'm trying to put down. It was crazy. But that was instant, right? It was instant. And then I went to this USB camera for a Raspberry Pi that had delay. That delay will kill you. It'll kill you because you move your arm and then you wait for it to move on camera. And then you're like, oh no, pain is registering. Why am I stabbing myself with a soldering iron? I just tossed a bunch of analog cameras with C-mounts, kept all the IP ones. Analog is so much faster than the IP delay. I would have kept the analog just to be able to make things look cool in analog if they had like a little bit of what's that called? Where the colors don't line up. I can't remember anything. I'm much smarter in text. So I'm going to convert myself to text o bother and stop streaming. It's been lovely having you guys here for chromatic aberration. Yeah, there's the one. It has been lovely having you guys here, you folks here, to help me assemble this board. It wasn't a difficult board to assemble. We're not done yet. We have a lot of stuff still to do. We'll come back and we'll do that. The hardest part about the board is going to be getting the software to run on it. I don't suspect there will be too many hurdles in soldering those two things, but I think rearranging the rows and columns in software to work properly will be the challenge. This board I know will work because the stuff that I already built works perfectly fine, and presumably we have a direct one-to-one representation of what the board originally was. The board that I have on my computer right now that I use to this day. So why the Flex board? Because it's cool, it was cheap, and it also means that there's not a whole bunch of wiring sitting on my keyboard. All that wiring is now going to be just this sitting right there, instead of having all these wires going down to a bunch of chips. We can next stream we can look at the old keyboard. We can look at the old keyboard and see how much of a mess that was. So Flexi PCBs will help you replace wires, and especially if you have an application where your electronics have to be on two different planes, that can be really, really useful in that front. We're not using it for that kind of thing. The only reason I need Flexi PCB is to bend these little ends down to this board. And then in the future, we can make it just the chips, so it'll be much smaller than this. But for now, I have to leave. I have to go walk my corgi and then eat food, unfortunately. I will be back, probably not tomorrow, probably Tuesday. I'll have a full week of streaming. I'll do all my 3 requisite streams, and we'll all get our lives together and we'll be famous and rich. But until then, here's the end card. I haven't sent it yet. I got to go over here with the link to my wonderful. Oh, it's a 3-day weekend this weekend. Listen, as a streamer, I don't realize this stuff until it's too late. 3 days, 19 hours, 42 seconds, 43 minutes, 27 seconds. All right. We will see you then. Catch me on Blue Sky. Occasionally I post there, and then definitely I'm always on Discord. And then nobody else is doing anything cool, right? Let me look up Twitch. What am I typing? Looking it up on Twitch. Probably everybody's online. There's Tamto, doing Morrowind, Permadeath. Rabaz is doing Abiotic Factor, so I'll probably end up seeing his progress. Other than that, Rifted the Necro Dancer. Really? Wow, reaching back there on that one. That's cool. All right, yeah. Anyway, so that's the spread of things. I don't see Flatulent going ahead. But I don't know if he'll be doing stuff later on. Other than that, be cool to each other, and I'm gonna go pet a corgi. I'll see you guys later. All right. Okay, Bother. Yeah, see you later, Bother. Goodbye.